In the summer of 897, the air in Rome was heavy, not just with the heat, but with a strange kind of tension. People whispered in alleyways, peered nervously from behind shutters, and hurried across the cobblestones as though the city itself had become a stage for something they weren't sure they wanted to witness. It wasn't a war or a famine or even a plague. It was something far stranger, something that would be spoken of in hushed tones for centuries. The trial of a dead pope. It sounds absurd, almost like the setup to a dark joke, but to the men who arranged it, there was nothing funny about it. Pope Formosus had been dead for months, his body buried quietly in the earth, when a new pope, Stephen VI, ordered him exhumed. Why? That was the question nobody dared ask too loudly. The official reason was that Formosus had committed grave offenses against the church, crimes that could not be forgiven, even in death. But there were rumors, whispers about political revenge, about bitter rivalries between noble families, about a city torn in half by loyalties that outlived the men themselves. The strange thing was, the people came to watch. They knew this was not going to be an ordinary trial. There would be no fiery speeches from the accused, no tears or shouts in the courtroom. Formosus would be seated in a chair, dressed once again in papal robes, with his crown placed on his head. His face would be pale and sunken, his hands stiff and lifeless, but he would be there, present to answer for his supposed crimes. Or rather, a deacon would answer for him, speaking in his place as though the corpse itself still had a voice. You can imagine the scene. The great hall of the Lateran Palace, lit by torches that flickered against the stone walls. At the far end, the papal throne, and in it, not a living pope, but a body propped up, slumped slightly to one side, its head lolling as though it might fall forward at any moment. The robe looked grand and fresh, but the thing inside it was unmistakably dead. The smell, some said, was unbearable. Why did Stephen VI do this? Some historians think it was an attempt to erase Formosus' legacy, to declare all his decisions null and void, and to strip away the authority of anyone he had appointed. Others think it was personal, a way to humiliate an enemy even after the grave had claimed him. Whatever the truth, it was a dangerous move. The church had power, but so did the people, and there were limits to how much theater even they would accept. This was not the only strange case of medieval justice. In those days, trials could be as much about spectacle as about truth. Animals could be dragged into court, accused of crimes just like people. A pig that had killed a child might be dressed in human clothes and hanged, as though making it look human would make the sentence more fitting. A swarm of locusts could be excommunicated and ordered to leave the fields of a village, with priests reading solemn warnings in Latin. Even in disputes between humans, the methods could be bizarre. Trials by combat, trials by fire or water, or even trials where bread and cheese determined guilt. But this trial, this Cadaver Synod, as it would later be called, was something different. There was a cruelty to it, a determination not just to punish but to humiliate. The dead cannot defend themselves, but perhaps that was the point. The living could be silenced or persuaded. The dead could be made to play whatever role the living required. As the proceedings began, Stephen VI's voice rang out in the hall, sharp and accusing. The charges were read: violating church law, seizing the papacy illegally, serving as bishop in more than one place at the same time. The deacon, trembling, answered on behalf of the corpse, as though Pope Formosus were merely seated there in silence, listening carefully before delivering his defense. But there was no defense, only the slow, steady march toward a verdict everyone already knew. In the crowd, people shifted uncomfortably. Some were there out of loyalty to Stephen, eager to see Formosus' name torn apart. Others were there out of morbid curiosity, unable to resist the pull of such a grotesque spectacle. And some, perhaps most, were there because they knew history was being made in front of their eyes, even if it was history they would rather forget. The symbolism was clear. Stephen was showing that no man, not even a pope, could escape judgment. But to many it felt wrong. It felt dangerous. If a dead pope could be tried and condemned, what safety was there for the living?
If death itself was no shield against political vengeance, what hope did anyone have of leaving behind an untarnished legacy? Formosus, of course, said nothing. He sat, as he had since being dragged from his grave, a grim reminder of where power could lead and how far men would go to keep it. The trial dragged on, the accusations piling higher, the tone growing more heated, until at last the inevitable happened. Stephen pronounced the verdict. But what happened next would push the scene from strange to unforgettable. The sentence was not simply to declare Formosus guilty. It was to strip him of the symbols of his office, to tear the robes from his lifeless body, to cut the blessing fingers from his stiff right hand, and to throw him once more into the earth. Some say the body was even tossed into the Tiber River. It was a shocking display, and it set off a chain of events that no one in the hall that day could have predicted. Stephen VI thought he had cemented his authority. Instead, he had sown the seeds of his own downfall. And this, perhaps, is the most fascinating thing about medieval justice. It was never just about the verdict. Every trial was a performance, every judgment a statement, every sentence a message to the living. But when the performance went too far, when the spectacle became too grotesque, the audience could turn on the actors. The Cadaver Synod would become a legend, a story so strange that it almost defies belief. But it was only one example of the peculiar and unsettling ways the medieval world sought to deliver justice. There were other cases, animals in court, supernatural suspects, impossible tests of innocence, that make you wonder if the line between law and theater was ever truly clear. And as we move deeper into these stories, you'll see that the trial of Pope Formosus was not the beginning, nor was it the end, of this kind of medieval madness. It was merely a moment when the curtain was pulled back, and the world glimpsed just how far human pride, fear, and power could twist the idea of justice. The question is, was Stephen VI's act an isolated display of cruelty, or just one chapter in a much stranger, much older tradition? That's what we'll uncover next. But first, you need to hear about the time an entire village took a swarm of rats to court. If the Cadaver Synod was the most grotesque display of medieval justice, the trial of the rats was perhaps the most absurd. And yet, to the people of the 15th century, it made perfect sense. The case began in the quiet French village of Autun. It was a farming community where grain was life. Without it, there would be no bread, no trade, no survival through the winter. So when the stored grain began to vanish, the people looked for the culprit. It didn't take long to find the evidence: droppings, gnawed sacks, scattered husks. The rats had come. In our modern world, you might call an exterminator or set traps. But in medieval France, the law was not so quick to dismiss such destruction as a mere nuisance. The church had influence over nearly every aspect of life, and the law, steeped in both civil and ecclesiastical tradition, extended its reach even to the animal kingdom. The villagers believed the rats had committed a crime. And in a strange kind of logic, if a crime had been committed, a trial had to be held. The case was brought before the ecclesiastical court, presided over by a bishop. The charges were read in solemn Latin. The rats had unlawfully entered the granaries and consumed the grain belonging to the people of Autun, causing hardship and threatening survival. The penalty was clear: banishment from the parish, under threat of divine curse. Now, of course, you can't simply expect rats to show up in court on their own. That's where Barthélemy de Chasseneur came in, a young but brilliant defense lawyer. Yes, you read that right. The rats were given legal representation. Chasseneur, who would go on to be one of the most respected legal minds of his time, took the case seriously. To him, this was not a joke. If the court was to pronounce judgment, then the accused deserved a fair defense. On the appointed day, the villagers gathered, eager to see what a trial involving dozens, maybe hundreds, of unseen defendants would look like. The prosecutor spoke first, painting the rats as a scourge upon the community. He called witnesses to describe the damage, the nights when they heard the skittering of claws in the dark, the mornings when they found their stores reduced to crumbs. It was not hard to imagine the devastation. When it was Chasseneur's turn, he stood and delivered an argument that still makes historians smile. His first point was procedural. The summons had been issued to all rats in the parish, but not every rat would have received it. After all, many lived far from the court, and the journey would be dangerous. In fact, he argued, cats roamed the streets, making it impossible for the rats to travel safely to defend themselves. If the court truly wanted a fair trial, it should provide safe conduct for the accused. The villagers laughed, but the bishop, bound by the logic of the law, could not dismiss the point outright. Chassaneur's request was, in its way, perfectly reasonable. The trial was postponed. The summons was reissued, giving the rats more time to appear. Of course, none came. Chassaneur then argued that perhaps the accused were not guilty at all. Maybe the damage was the work of a smaller group of rogues, and not the entire rat population. Could the court, in good conscience, punish the innocent along with the guilty? By the time the trial concluded, the villagers had perhaps grown less interested in vengeance and more amused or exasperated by the entire affair. The sentence was carried out in absentia. The rats were formally excommunicated, cursed, and ordered to leave. Whether they did or not is lost to history, but it's safe to assume the grain continued to disappear until the villagers found a more practical solution. What's fascinating here is not whether the trial worked, but what it reveals about the medieval mindset. Law wasn't just about people. It was about order, about maintaining harmony in a world where the natural and supernatural blur together. If God's justice applied to all of creation, then even rats could be summoned to court. And the rats were not alone in facing medieval justice. Goats, pigs, dogs, and even insects were tried. In Switzerland, a rooster was once burned at the stake for the crime of laying an egg, which was considered a sign of witchcraft. In Italy, caterpillars were ordered to leave vineyards and find sustenance elsewhere. The absurdity of these cases makes them sound like satire, but they were recorded with the same seriousness as any human trial. Behind each of these strange proceedings was a shared belief. Justice must be seen to be done. It was not enough to set traps or shoo pests away. There had to be a process, a public display that reinforced the idea of law and divine order. People could leave the courtroom believing that the scales had been balanced, even if the outcome was symbolic at best. But in some cases, the line between justice and performance blurred dangerously, as it had with Pope Formosus. Trials could be weaponized, turned into tools of humiliation and political control. And when the target was human, living or dead, the stakes were far higher. One such case took place in England during the reign of Henry VIII, when politics, religion, and personal grudges collided in the courtroom. The accused was not a king or a nobleman, but a man long dead, Thomas Becket, the martyred Archbishop of Canterbury. Nearly 4 centuries after his death, Henry VIII had Becket's shrine destroyed and his remains desecrated, declaring him guilty of treason. To the king, Becket's cult was a challenge to royal authority, and even the sanctity of a saint's grave was not enough to protect him. These acts may seem bizarre to us now, but in their time, they served a purpose. They sent a message that power was not bound by life or death, and that no one, whether pope, saint, or rat, was beyond the reach of judgment. The medieval courtroom, in all its forms, was a place where the law met theater. Every trial was a performance, carefully staged to send a message to the audience. Sometimes the message was one of fear, sometimes of divine authority, and sometimes of sheer human stubbornness. But always, the people remembered. And perhaps that's why the story of the Cadaver Synod has survived so vividly. It was the ultimate expression of power used as spectacle, a dead pope in the dock, a living pope playing the role of prosecutor, and a city watching in uneasy fascination. Stephen VI believed he was writing the final chapter of his rival's story. He didn't know he was also writing his own downfall, because the people of Rome, for all their deference to the papacy, could only stomach so much. Whispers began to grow louder, resentment spread, and before long, Stephen himself would find that the stage he had built could just as easily be used against him. But that is a tale for later. For now, we move deeper into the strange landscape of medieval justice,
where the line between the living and the dead, the human and the animal, the rational and the absurd, was never quite as solid as we like to think. And next, you'll hear about a trial so strange, so steeped in superstition, that would make even the corpse of a pope seem almost ordinary. It happened in the year 1212, in a small German town whose name has been lost to time, but whose story has survived in the edges of old court records. It was the middle of summer, the wheat fields swaying under a pale blue sky, when the trouble began. It wasn't rats this time. It wasn't even thieves or raiders. It was a plague of locusts, thick, humming swarms that blotted out the sun, devoured crops in minutes, and left the earth bare as bone. To the people of that time, a swarm like this was not just a natural disaster. It was a punishment, a divine warning. And when disaster struck, the medieval mind turned to the law, because the law was not just man's invention, but a reflection of God's justice. So, in the most serious of tones, the town's priests and magistrates decided the locusts would have to face trial. The case began with a formal accusation. The locusts had trespassed upon land not their own, stolen the fruits of human labor, and threatened the survival of the town. The penalty would be banishment under pain of divine curse. It sounds ridiculous now, but to the people gathered in the stone church where the trial was held, this was as grave as any case of theft or assault. The prosecution called witnesses, farmers who testified to the destruction, who told how they had stood helpless as the buzzing clouds descended. Some described the sound as deafening, like 100,000 tiny wings beating in unison. Others swore the sky itself had turned black. And then, incredibly, a defense was appointed for the locusts. It was a local friar, a man respected for his knowledge of both scripture and law. He argued that the locusts, as creatures of God, were simply fulfilling their nature and could not be punished for doing what they were created to do. If the townspeople wished to protect their crops, perhaps they should seek divine mercy rather than blame his creatures. The argument forced the court to pause. To punish the locusts was to admit they acted with malice. But could insects truly possess such intent? The debate went back and forth, each side speaking as though the fate of the entire harvest depended on the outcome. Finally, the judge, who was also the town's bishop, offered a compromise. The locusts would be given 3 days to leave, unmolested, and take their hunger elsewhere. If they remained after that, they would be excommunicated. On the 3rd day, the priests walked to the edge of the fields and read aloud the formal curse, sprinkling holy water and chanting in Latin. Whether by coincidence or some small miracle, the swarms began to thin and drift away in the days that followed. The townspeople saw this as proof of the trial's success. Nature, they believed, had heard the law, and this wasn't an isolated case. In 1519, in the Swiss canton of Valais, a similar trial was held, not for locusts but for weevils. The insects had been eating the grapevines, threatening the wine harvest that was the lifeblood of the region's economy. The court proceedings were meticulous. The weevils were formally summoned, just as the rats in Autun had been. Their defense argued that, as creatures made by God, they had as much right to the vines as humans did. The court ultimately offered them a plot of land outside the vineyards, where they could feed without damaging the harvest. Of course, the weevils didn't relocate, but the gesture mattered. It showed the seriousness with which medieval courts treated the balance between man, nature, and divine order. What's striking in these cases is how law and belief intertwined. For us, the idea of giving animals or insects a defense seems like parody, but for the medieval mind, it was logical. Justice had to be complete. If harm had been done, the process had to be followed: summons, testimony, verdict, because skipping any step risked inviting disorder, or worse, divine displeasure. And yet, even in this strange world, the trials of the dead remain the most unsettling. Living creatures, however small, could flee, could disobey. The dead could not. They could only be acted upon, turned into silent symbols for whatever message the living wished to send. The Cadaver Synod was the most infamous of these, but not the only one. In the late 14th century, in the Kingdom of Navarre, A man named Charles III ordered the trial of a nobleman who had died under suspicious circumstances. The nobleman had been accused of treason, but his sudden death before trial had left the matter unresolved. So, in an eerie echo of Stephen VI's actions, Charles had the body exhumed and placed in the courtroom, where witnesses gave testimony against him. The corpse was found guilty, his lands confiscated, and his body denied burial in consecrated ground. Why go to such lengths? Because in a society where honor and reputation outlived the body, erasing someone's name was as potent as killing them. In condemning the dead, rulers could send a message to the living. Betrayal would not be forgotten, even beyond the grave. These public trials, whether of popes, peasants, animals, or insects, were as much theater as they were justice. The courtroom was a stage. The judge, the lawyers, even the accused, whether breathing or not, were players in a carefully constructed drama meant to show that order would be upheld. And the audience, whether a handful of villagers or the entire city of Rome, was an essential part of the act. But here's where the danger crept in. Theater can inspire, but can also turn against the actor. Stephen VI's Trial of Formosus was meant to cement his authority, but made him look cruel, unstable, and obsessed with vengeance. Within months of the Cadaver Synod, unrest broke out in Rome. Crowds began to murmur against the Pope. His enemies saw their chance, and Stephen found himself in prison, stripped of the very power he had tried to display so boldly. Not long after, he was strangled in his cell. It's tempting to see this as poetic justice, that the man who judged the dead was himself judged by the living. But in truth, it was just another example of how fragile medieval power could be. A ruler could command armies, control wealth, and shape the law, but one misjudged spectacle could topple everything. And that's what makes these cases so captivating. They aren't just curiosities or bits of trivia. They're windows into a world where law, religion, and performance were inseparable, where the living judged the dead, the innocent defended the guilty, and even a swarm of locusts could be given its day in court. The deeper you go into these stories, the more you see the same threads weaving through them: power, fear, pride, and the need for order. And the more you wonder, did the people of that time truly believe these trials could change the world? Or were they simply part of a larger ritual, a way of making sense of a world they could not fully control? That's the question that lingers, especially when you hear about the next case. A trial that blended superstition, politics, and raw human desperation into one of the strangest legal battles ever recorded. A case where the accused was not a person, not an animal, not even a corpse, but something far more mysterious. And its verdict would shape the fate of an entire town. It began, as many medieval tales do, with fear. The year was 1467, and in a small alpine town in what is now Switzerland, a sickness had begun to spread. It started with a handful of villagers who fell ill without warning. Fevers, convulsions, strange visions in the night. Some recovered, but others died within days. Whispers spread quickly through the narrow streets. This was no ordinary disease. Someone, or something, was responsible. The townsfolk gathered in the central square, their breath turning to mist in the cold mountain air, to demand answers from their leaders. The town magistrate, a cautious man named Hans Keller, listened carefully to their accusations. Some pointed fingers at a particular woman, a herbalist named Marta, who lived on the outskirts of town. She had been seen gathering herbs at night, they said, and her remedies, though sometimes effective, were strange and unfamiliar. Others, however, claimed it wasn't a person at all, but a curse, an object buried beneath the church that was poisoning the community. Rather than act in haste, Keller did what any magistrate of the time might do. He called for a formal investigation. And because this was the 15th century, that investigation took the shape of a trial. But the accused was neither a living soul nor a swarm of pests. It was, according to the charges, an enchanted object of unknown origin hidden beneath sacred ground. The process began with a search. Priests, accompanied by a handful of guards,
dug beneath the flagstones of the church by torchlight. There, wrapped in rotting cloth, they found a small wooden figure, crudely carved but clearly human in shape. Its eyes were two black stones, its mouth an open circle, and its surface was darkened as though burned. To the villagers, it was proof enough. This was the source of their suffering. The figure was brought to the town hall and placed on a table in the center of the chamber. Witnesses came forward. One swore he had seen Marta near the church late at night. Another claimed his dreams had been haunted by a voice that sounded like hers. A third insisted the doll itself had been moving when they found it. Fear twisted every testimony, turning speculation into certainty. Marta, summoned to defend herself, denied everything. She admitted she knew of herbs and cures, but she had never made the figure. The object, she argued, could have been placed there by anyone. But in those days, logic rarely outweighed superstition, especially when the stakes were life and death. The court proceedings took on the tone of a religious ritual. The priest performed an exorcism over the doll, sprinkling it with holy water, reciting scripture, and demanding that any evil spirit within it reveal itself. The object, unsurprisingly, remained still and silent, but the crowd gasped when a gust of wind rattled the shutters. Keller faced a difficult decision. If the object was destroyed without due process, it might be seen as undermining the court's authority. And so, astonishingly, the doll itself was put on trial, charged with bringing sickness upon the town through supernatural means. Marta was named as a possible accomplice, but the primary accused was the figure on the table. The defense, offered by a young clerk named Ulrich, was half-hearted. He argued that the object could be no more than an unlucky charm, perhaps planted by outsiders to sow discord. But the mood in the hall was against him. The prosecution painted the figure as a vessel of malice, and Marta as the one who had placed it beneath the church. The verdict, reached after a single day, was unanimous. The object was guilty. The sentence was destruction by fire in the presence of the entire town. Marta's fate was less severe, banishment rather than execution, but it was a punishment that would leave her alone and vulnerable in a harsh land. On the appointed day, the townspeople gathered in the square as the doll was placed on a pyre of dry wood. The priests chanted, the flames rose, and the object was reduced to ash. Some claimed they heard a faint scream as it burned, though whether it was the wind, the crackle of the fire, or the work of frightened imaginations, no one could say. The sickness, curiously enough, began to fade in the weeks that followed. This, to the people, confirmed their victory. The curse had been lifted, the evil expelled. They never questioned whether the change was simply the natural course of the illness. For them, the trial had worked. This case is rarely mentioned in the sweeping histories of the Middle Ages, but it's a perfect example of how medieval justice operated. It didn't just punish the guilty, it reinforced the beliefs that held a community together. Whether or not the object was truly dangerous mattered less than the fact that it was treated as dangerous. In some ways, it wasn't so different from the Cadaver Synod or the Trial of the Rats. The purpose was not purely legal, it was symbolic. The courtroom was not just a place to decide guilt, but to reaffirm the boundaries between order and chaos, the sacred and the profane. And yet, every time the law reached beyond the living into the realm of the dead, the supernatural, or the inanimate, it risked tipping into spectacle. The trial of the doll drew crowds from neighboring villages, just as the trial of Pope Formosus had drawn Romans into the Lateran Palace. The more unusual the case, the more it became an event to be remembered, and perhaps retold in ways that made it stranger still. Some historians argue that these spectacles served as a kind of collective therapy, a way for people to confront their fears in a controlled setting. The trial became a ritual in which the community could see evil confronted and defeated, whether that evil took the shape of a corrupt pope, a plague of locusts, or a carved wooden doll. But others see them as dangerous tools in the hands of those in power. After all, it was the magistrates and clergy who decided what, or who, would be brought to trial, and how the verdict would be framed. Justice could be bent to suit politics, personal vendettas,
or the need to distract from more pressing problems. It's in this tension between genuine belief and calculated theater that the most fascinating medieval trials occurred. And the next one, perhaps the strangest of them all, would blur that line completely. It was a case where the accused was very much alive, but the charges against him came from beyond the grave. Witnesses swore they had been visited by the spirit of a murdered man, who named his killer and demanded justice. The court agreed to hear the case, and as you'll see, it led to one of the most chilling verdicts in medieval history. The wind outside carried the faint smell of rain, though the clouds were still holding back. Inside the small town, life moved at its usual slow pace, but the undercurrent of unease was growing. People greeted each other in the streets, yet their eyes darted toward the shadows, toward the places where rumors lived. It wasn't just the strange incident from the other night that had people talking. It was the feeling that something larger was taking shape, something just out of sight. The locals didn't like change, and they liked mysteries even less, but now they were caught in one that seemed to be wrapping tighter around them. The person at the center of it, without even asking for it, was Daniel. He had always kept a low profile, working long hours at the auto repair shop and coming home to his modest apartment above the bakery. People knew him as a good neighbor, the kind who'd help you carry groceries or fix a squeaky hinge without asking for payment. But now his name kept slipping into whispered conversations, not because of anything he had done wrong, but because of where he had been seen, standing at the edge of the old Miller property the night the power went out across half the town. The Miller place had been abandoned for years, its windows boarded up, weeds swallowing the once neat front yard. No one had set foot inside in ages, at least not openly. But when the blackout happened, some swore they saw faint light in one of its upper windows. Others claimed they heard voices, low, hurried, and nothing like the laughter of teenagers sneaking in for a dare. By the next morning, stories had grown into full-blown theories. Some involved hidden rooms and long-buried secrets. Others were wilder, hinting at people who didn't belong here at all. And somehow, Daniel's name kept finding its way into those stories. Daniel hadn't told anyone what he had seen that night, not because he wanted to keep secrets, but because he wasn't even sure how to put it into words. It wasn't the light that unsettled him. It was the figure inside, tall, unmoving, standing at the window as if it had been expecting him. The face was hidden in shadow, but Daniel could feel the weight of its gaze. And then, just like that, the light went out and the figure was gone. The only person Daniel had even considered confiding in was Claire. She had been his closest friend since high school, the kind of friend who could read his mood without him saying a word. Claire worked as a journalist for the town's small but stubbornly independent newspaper, and she had a knack for noticing patterns other people ignored. When Daniel finally told her what he'd seen, she didn't laugh or dismiss it. She just listened, her brow furrowed, tapping her pen against her notebook. She told him that in the weeks before the blackout, she had been looking into a string of strange reports. People hearing footsteps in the woods near the Miller place, strange symbols scratched into trees, and a few cases of missing items from sheds and garages. Nothing valuable enough to make headlines, but odd enough to raise questions. The police had brushed it off as random mischief, but Claire wasn't so sure. Daniel asked her if she thought the two were connected. She hesitated, then said she didn't believe in coincidences, not in a town like theirs. The problem was, no one else seemed interested in digging deeper. The Miller property belonged to an estate that no one had claimed in years, and without official access, any investigation would have to be quiet and careful. Over the next few days, Daniel noticed subtle changes. A car parked across from his apartment at odd hours. A man in a dark jacket sitting at the back of the diner, pretending to read the paper but never ordering more than a cup of coffee. At first, he thought he was being paranoid, but then he caught the man watching him in the reflection of the window. The feeling of being observed became impossible to ignore. Claire urged him not to go near the Miller property again, at least until they knew more. But Daniel found himself drawn back, unable to shake the image of that shadowed figure. Late one night, he walked past it again, keeping to the far side of the road. The house looked even more lifeless than before. No light, no movement. Yet when he turned away, he caught a faint sound behind him. Not footsteps exactly, but something like a slow, deliberate shift of weight on old wooden boards. He didn't turn back. He walked faster, telling himself it was just the wind or an animal. But when he reached his apartment, there was an envelope waiting on his doorstep. No address, no stamp, just his name written in uneven handwriting. Inside was a single photograph, blurry, dark, but unmistakable. It was the Miller house, and in the upstairs window, the shadowed figure stood exactly as Daniel remembered it. The only problem was the photo had been taken from the spot where he himself had been standing that first night. Daniel brought the photo to Claire the next morning. She stared at it for a long moment before saying, "This means someone knew you were there, and they want you to know they know." She suggested they find out who had access to the Miller property recently, but that kind of information wasn't easy to come by. The estate records were buried in county files, and even if they could get them, they wouldn't say much about who might be inside now. The rain finally came that afternoon, steady and cold, washing the streets clean, but doing nothing to ease the tension that had settled over the town. Daniel couldn't shake the feeling that the Miller place was more than just an abandoned house. It was a marker, something meant to draw people in, to test them, maybe even trap them. And whoever was behind it had just made their first move. The air seemed heavier that day, almost as if the town itself could feel the tension hanging over it. The streets looked the same as they always did. Quiet houses, familiar storefronts, the occasional sound of a car passing. But for the people who had been close to what happened, nothing felt normal anymore. Whispers had started, moving quietly from porch to porch, carried over cups of coffee, and quick glances exchanged in the grocery store aisles. People wanted answers, but no one had enough to put the pieces together. Every detail was tangled in uncertainty, and every theory only seemed to raise more questions. Rebecca sat at the small kitchen table, a notebook open in front of her, pen tapping lightly against the paper. She wasn't sure why she even bothered writing things down anymore. The notes didn't give her clarity, they just reminded her how little she really knew. But stopping wasn't an option. It was like trying to trace the edges of a shadow. The moment she thought she understood the shape of it, it shifted, slipping out of reach. Her phone sat nearby, screen dark, but she kept it close just in case. Calls had been coming in at odd hours. People with fragments of information, some who wanted to help, others who clearly wanted to steer her away. The strange thing was, no one would say too much directly. Every conversation seemed to pause right before it got interesting, as if an invisible line had been drawn and crossing it would mean trouble. Some people claimed they didn't remember certain events, while others avoided her eyes completely, rushing off with excuses that didn't quite make sense. It was frustrating, but it also told her something important. People were afraid. And fear didn't spread like this without a reason. Navarro had been digging through old records in his office, stacks of faded paper and dusty boxes piled high around him. He didn't say much when Rebecca visited, but the weariness in his eyes told her he was finding things he didn't expect. A few files had names she recognized, people who had left town suddenly, others who had stayed but were never quite the same afterward. There were also dates, and those dates lined up with the times when strange things had happened over the years. It was too neat to be random. Someone had been careful, but not careful enough to erase every trace. One name in particular kept coming up, tucked away in different corners of the records: Jeremy. No last name in some places, only scattered references that seemed almost deliberately vague. Rebecca had heard the name before in passing, but she had never thought much about it. Now it felt like a thread pulling her deeper into something she couldn't yet see the end of. Every time she asked about him, people grew tense, their voices lowering, as if even speaking about him could draw unwanted attention. The unsettling part was that Jeremy didn't seem to have an ending. There were no records of his arrest, no confirmed sightings after a certain year, and yet there were mentions of him much later, always in ways that didn't quite make sense. Navarro showed her one photo he'd found, an old, grainy image where the face was barely clear, but it was enough to notice something odd. The man in the picture looked exactly the same in a photo, taken nearly 20 years apart. Same eyes, same expression, no sign of aging. Navarro didn't want to speculate, but the unspoken question hung between them. How was that possible? Rebecca couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching her. It wasn't paranoia. It was something subtler, the kind of thing you notice in the corner of your vision, but can't quite catch head on. Once, walking back from the diner late in the evening, she thought she saw a figure standing just beyond the streetlight, still and silent. When she turned toward it, it was gone. She tried to convince herself it was nothing, but the unease lingered. Meanwhile, the town's mood was shifting. Conversations grew shorter. Windows that had once been open during the summer heat now stayed closed, curtains drawn tight. People moved faster in public spaces, eyes darting, as if they were all part of some silent agreement to avoid being noticed. Rebecca had been in small towns before, but she had never seen one go quiet like this without something big stirring beneath the surface. Navarro warned her to be careful about who she trusted. Not everyone's telling you the truth because not everyone can afford to, he'd said. It wasn't about money, it was about survival. The more Rebecca thought about that, the more she realized this wasn't just about one person or one event. It was connected to something older, something that had been buried under layers of silence for years. In the middle of all this, she received a small envelope in her mailbox with no return address. Inside was a single Polaroid photograph, blurry, taken at night. It showed a building she didn't recognize at first, but the longer she looked, the more certain she became that she had seen it before. It was on the edge of town, half hidden behind overgrown trees, abandoned for as long as anyone could remember. On the back of the photo, written in faint, shaky handwriting, were 3 words, "Don't go alone." Her instinct told her to take it straight to Navarro, but another part of her, the stubborn, restless part, wanted to see it for herself first. She didn't go that night, though. She waited, watching the weather, listening to the rhythm of the town. She wanted to move when no one expected it, but she also knew that waiting too long might mean the trail would vanish. Somewhere in that abandoned place, she felt there were answers. Maybe not all of them, but enough to make sense of why the people here were living like shadows of themselves. The thought both unsettled and pushed her forward, because the only thing more dangerous than finding out the truth was living without knowing it at all. And yet, deep down, Rebecca couldn't shake the thought that if she stepped too far into this, there would be no way to go back to the life she knew before. The sun slid lower in the sky, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch toward the old courthouse like grasping fingers. Inside, the air was heavy, thick with the smell of old paper and dust. The walls were lined with shelves full of case files, their edges curled and yellowed from years of being handled. Every file told a story, but the one they were after was different. It had been deliberately buried, its existence erased from the digital archives. Detective Harris flipped through a stack of folders, his brow furrowed in frustration. "This doesn't make sense," he muttered, running his finger along the edges of the pages. "They've got records here going back 100 years, but nothing from 2009 to 2011. It's like those years never happened." Maya leaned over the desk, her hands resting lightly on the cool wood. "Or someone doesn't want us to know what happened," she said softly, her eyes narrowing as she glanced at the filing clerk who was pretending not to listen. "Those years line up with the first rumors about that task force. If this is where the trail leads, then someone in this building is still covering for them." The clerk, an older man with thinning hair and a faded blue shirt, shuffled papers on his desk without making eye contact. But his hands were shaking, just enough for Maya to notice. She walked over slowly, her tone calm but pointed. "You've been working here a long time, haven't you?" she asked. He hesitated, then nodded. "Since '94. "Then you know those files existed," she continued, not accusing, just stating the fact. The man's lips pressed into a thin line. "Sometimes," he said after a long pause, "things get lost." "Lost or taken?" Harris asked, his voice sharper now. The clerk glanced toward the back of the room, where a locked steel cabinet stood in the corner. It was unmarked, but the faint outline of a badge sticker long since peeled away was still visible. His voice dropped. "If I were you, I'd stop asking questions. Some people in this town have long memories." Maya didn't move, but her eyes followed the direction of his earlier glance. The cabinet was small, barely waist-high, but the heavy lock made it stand out. "We'll need a court order," Harris whispered to her. "That could take days," Maya replied under her breath. "And if someone realizes we're interested, whatever's in there will be gone by tomorrow." Outside, the sound of a car door slamming echoed through the street. Harris walked to the window and peeked through the blinds. A black sedan had pulled up across the road. Two men in plain suits stepped out, scanning the building before walking toward the entrance. Harris's stomach tightened. "We might be out of time," he murmured. Maya closed the folder she was holding and placed it back on the desk, her expression shifting into something neutral. "Let's act like we're just here for routine records," she said quickly. "If they think we've already found something, we'll lose any chance we have." The two men entered a minute later, their polished shoes tapping against the old tile floor. They didn't look at Maya or Harris directly, but their presence filled the room. One of them asked the clerk a quiet question, and the old man's eyes flickered toward the detectives before he answered. Harris forced a smile. "Just checking some public archives," he said, holding up an unrelated file. The taller man nodded politely, but his gaze lingered on Harris a beat too long before turning away. When the men finally left, the room felt lighter, but the tension between Harris and Maya was sharper now. "They know," Harris said. "They know we're close," Maya corrected. "And they're worried enough to send people to watch us." That night, they met in the back booth of a small diner on the edge of town. The neon sign outside flickered, casting a faint red glow over the cracked vinyl seats. The smell of coffee and fried food hung in the air, but neither of them touched their mugs. Harris pulled out his notebook and set on the table. "If those missing years connect to the task force, then there's someone higher up pulling strings to keep it hidden. We need someone who is there, someone who isn't afraid to talk." Maya leaned back, thinking. "There's one name that's come up more than once," she said. "Officer Daniel Cross. He was part of that unit until he disappeared in 2012. Rumor is he left because of something he saw, but no one knows where he went. Or no one's willing to say," Harris replied. Maya slid a small slip of paper across the table. "I got this from a source who owes me a favor. It's an address, rural property, off the grid. If Cross is still alive, he might be there." They agreed to head out before dawn, hoping to reach the place before anyone could warn him. But as they left the diner, Maya had the uneasy feeling of being watched again. The black sedan was parked 2 blocks down, its engine idling. They didn't speak of it, but both knew what it meant. Someone was still following them, and the closer they got, the more dangerous it would become. The unanswered questions hung heavy in the air. What was in those missing files? Why was the task force erased from history? And what exactly had Officer Cross seen that made him run? If they found him, they might finally get answers. But they also knew that answers often came with a price. And someone, somewhere, had already decided they weren't supposed to live long enough to learn the truth. The air in the small town felt heavier in the days that followed, as if the whole place was holding its breath. People went about their routines, but every conversation seemed to circle back to what had happened. Whispers carried through the grocery store aisles. Murmurs spread in the post office line, and even the kids walking home from school spoke in hushed voices. It wasn't just gossip. It was a collective unease. Something about this situation didn't feel like it would fade away quietly. The police chief had given a short statement to the press, standing stiffly in front of the courthouse. He said the department was looking into the matter and promised transparency. But anyone watching could tell his words were carefully chosen, too rehearsed, like he was more concerned with controlling the story than uncovering the truth. Those who knew him well could see the tension in his jaw, the way his eyes darted for a split second before answering each question. Meanwhile, the people directly involved were grappling with their own storm of emotions. The citizen who had been at the center of it all kept mostly to themselves, avoiding public places. Friends said they'd never seen them so quiet, and it wasn't hard to understand why. To be suddenly thrust into the spotlight, not for something you'd done, but for something that had been done to you, carried its own kind of weight. As the days stretched into a week, little details began to trickle out, but each one only seemed to deepen the mystery. A local reporter,
The kind who knew how to get information from places others couldn't, started piecing together fragments of the incident. She found out that there were body camera recordings, several of them, but only one had been released to the public. The rest were locked away, marked as pending review. That choice alone raised eyebrows. If everything had been handled by the book, why not show the full picture? Behind the scenes, there was another layer of tension inside the department itself. Some officers stood firmly behind their colleague who had stepped in to de-escalate the situation, while others felt that loyalty to the badge meant keeping disagreements behind closed doors. Hallway conversations grew shorter. Glances lingered a little too long. Trust was being tested in ways that went beyond the immediate incident. For those outside the department, it became a waiting game. People wanted answers, but no one knew how long they'd have to wait, or if they'd ever hear the whole truth. That uncertainty left space for speculation to grow. Theories started to take root. Some believed this was a simple misunderstanding that had gotten out of hand. Others were convinced there was something bigger at play, a power struggle within the force that had finally spilled into public view. Even the mayor, usually a calm and steady presence, seemed rattled. At a town meeting, he fielded a series of pointed questions from residents, his hands gripping the podium a little too tightly. He promised accountability, but his voice wavered ever so slightly, betraying the strain he was under. When someone asked if he'd personally reviewed the footage, he hesitated before answering, just long enough for the crowd to notice. In coffee shops and diners, conversations ran on a loop. People replayed the same details, the same grainy video clip, over and over. Every gesture, every word was analyzed like it held a hidden meaning. No one knew if they were getting closer to the truth or just spinning in circles. But no one could seem to let it go either. One rainy evening, the reporter managed to speak with someone who claimed to have been near the scene that day. They didn't want their name used, but they described hearing raised voices, followed by a sudden silence that felt unnatural. They said it was the kind of quiet that made your stomach twist, because you knew something had just shifted. When pressed for more, they only shook their head and muttered, "It wasn't supposed to happen like that." Those words stuck with her. She didn't know exactly what they meant, but they carried a weight she couldn't ignore. It suggested there had been some kind of plan, or at least an expectation, and that expectation had been broken. That was a dangerous kind of clue, one that could lead to uncomfortable truths. Late at night, lights burned in the newsroom as she drafted her next article. She knew she had to be careful. Push too hard and the doors would close. Wait too long and the trail might go cold. Every choice mattered now. Every sentence she published could either bring the truth closer or push it further out of reach. And while the public kept asking questions, behind locked doors, certain people were asking their own. People who weren't supposed to be involved were suddenly making phone calls, setting up private meetings, and digging through records that hadn't been touched in years. The past, it seemed, was not as buried as some had hoped. The more this story unfolded, the more it became clear that this wasn't just about one moment caught on camera. It was about history, decisions made long before this incident, alliances formed in shadows, and grudges that had been quietly waiting for their chance to resurface. But for now, all anyone could do was wait. And in that waiting, the town seemed to grow quieter still, like the calm before a storm that no one could see, but everyone could feel. The rain had stopped by the time the small group reached the outskirts of town, but the air still held that heavy, metallic scent of a storm that hadn't quite finished its work. The streets glistened under the dim glow of flickering lamps, their reflections rippling in shallow puddles. Rebecca kept her hands in her coat pockets, fingers curled around the folded note she'd found earlier. She hadn't shown it to Navarro yet, not because she didn't trust him, but because she wanted a moment to think, to understand why the handwriting seemed so familiar. Navarro walked a step ahead, scanning the street like every shadow might be hiding an answer. He had that quiet intensity about him, the kind that made people lower their voices when he entered a room. But right now, even he seemed uneasy, as if they were walking into something larger than either of them had planned for. They passed the old railway station, long abandoned, its windows boarded up and its doors chained. Rebecca's gaze lingered on the building. Years ago, Her father used to warn her never to wander near it. She'd thought it was because the place was falling apart, but now she wasn't so sure. In the last few days, more than one lead had pointed them back here, just not directly enough for it to feel safe. Navarro slowed his pace. "You feel that?" he asked quietly. She did. It was more than just the chill in the air. It was that strange, pressing silence. No distant cars, no hum of city life, just the faint rattle of loose metal in the wind. "I think we're being watched," Rebecca said, keeping her voice low. Navarro's jaw tightened. He didn't answer right away, just kept walking until they reached the corner where an alley split off from the main road. He glanced down it, then back at her. "We don't turn here," he said. "Not yet." She wanted to ask why, but before she could, he kept moving, as though stopping might draw attention. It was in that moment she realized how careful he was being, not just with their steps, but with what they saw and didn't see. They reached a small diner, the kind that seemed frozen in another decade, its neon sign buzzing faintly above the door. Inside, the place smelled of coffee that had been sitting too long on the burner and the faint sweetness of fresh pie. Navarro nodded toward a booth in the far corner, away from the windows. The waitress, a woman in her late 60s with tired eyes, poured them both coffee without asking. "Haven't seen you two in here before," she said, her tone curious but not unfriendly. "We're just passing through," Navarro replied. Rebecca stirred her coffee, watching the steam curl upward. "Do you know much about the old railway station?" she asked as casually as she could manage. The woman paused. Her eyes flicked between them, then toward the window, as though checking who might be listening. "That place hasn't been safe for a long time," she said finally. "Some folks say it's cursed. Others, well, they've seen things. Best to leave it alone." Rebecca pressed a little. "What kind of things?" But the woman only shook her head and moved away. The conversation closed as quickly as it had begun. Navarro leaned forward. "She knows something," he murmured. "Yeah," Rebecca agreed, "but she's not going to tell us here." The rest of the evening passed in fragments, half-spoken theories, glances toward the door every time it creaked open, and that lingering thought that someone had followed them from the station. They left just after 9, stepping back into the cool night air. Instead of heading to their motel, Navarro led her through a back route, avoiding the main streets. "If someone's tracking us, I want to see them before they see us," he explained. It wasn't until they reached a narrow alley that Rebecca caught movement, a shadow slipping behind a dumpster, too quick to make out clearly. She stopped, her pulse quickening. "Navarro," she whispered. He saw it too. They both turned sharply, but by the time they reached the spot, whoever it was had vanished. In their place, tucked into a crack in the wall, was a folded scrap of paper. Rebecca pulled it free. In the dim light, she could make out just 3 words scrawled in the same handwriting as the note in her pocket. "Don't trust him." Her stomach dropped. Navarro noticed the look on her face. "What does it say?" She hesitated, the paper trembling slightly in her hand. She could lie, but that would start a chain of mistrust she wasn't ready for. And yet, telling him might change everything. She slipped it into her coat. "Nothing important," she said, forcing a steady tone. "Just someone trying to spook us." But as they walked on, she couldn't shake the feeling that the warning wasn't meant to scare her. It was meant to save her. And that begged the question, from who? The mood inside the station shifted in a way that was almost impossible to put into words. On the surface, things appeared normal. Officers walked in and out. Reports were being typed. The phones rang with the same steady rhythm. But underneath, a quiet unease pulsed through the air. It was the kind of tension you didn't have to talk about to feel. The glances exchanged between certain officers lingered too long. Conversations that once happened openly now dropped to whispers when someone unfamiliar walked past. It wasn't paranoia exactly, but it was close enough to make everyone tread carefully. Detective Harris kept his focus on the case files in front of him, but his mind was elsewhere. He was used to working under pressure, used to people not telling him the full truth. But this time, it felt different. The stakes weren't just about solving a crime. They were about navigating a web where everyone might be hiding a piece of the truth. Each interview led to another detail that didn't quite fit, and every detail that didn't fit made him wonder how deep the layers went. The witness statements, the forensics, even the timelines, every part of it had edges that didn't quite align. Meanwhile, Officer Lee was fighting her own quiet battle. She had been on the force long enough to know when something wasn't being said. She caught it in the pauses between words, in the way people avoided eye contact, and in the careful choice of language in reports. Lee wasn't one to jump to conclusions, but her instincts had served her well before, and now they told her that whatever they were looking into wasn't the whole story. Someone knew more. Someone was making sure certain truths never reached the light. The suspect at the center of it all, Daniel Cross, remained frustratingly silent in interviews. He didn't outright deny anything, but he didn't confirm much either. Every answer he gave was just vague enough to be useless, but precise enough to avoid suspicion of outright lying. It was a skill Harris recognized immediately. People who had been around trouble long enough learned how to talk without saying anything. It made Cross more dangerous in Harris's eyes, because it meant he understood the game. The evidence they had so far painted a picture, but it was like looking at a scene through fog. They could make out the shape of events, but not the details. There were fragments, a broken watch, a trail of tire marks on a dirt road, a set of calls from an unlisted number. But without the missing pieces, they couldn't see the whole image. And the more time passed without those pieces, the more the department's higher-ups started pressing for results. At the same time, an unexpected complication emerged. Someone had leaked partial details of the case to a local reporter. The article didn't reveal much, but it was enough to stir public curiosity and plant rumors. The community, already on edge, now watched the department closely, with questions in their eyes that no one could answer yet. Harris knew that leaks like this weren't accidental. They were strategic, which meant someone, somewhere, had a reason for letting information slip. Harris decided to split his focus. While continuing to track the main investigation, he quietly started looking into the source of the leak. That meant talking to people off the record, visiting places without writing them in his reports, and asking questions in ways that wouldn't draw attention. Lee, sensing his plan without him saying it out loud, started doing the same. Together, they began following the smaller threads, things that didn't seem directly tied to the main case but might eventually lead them to answers. One of those threads led Lee to a small mechanic's shop on the edge of town. The shop owner, a man named Curtis, claimed he didn't know anything about the case, but his nervous glances toward the back of the shop told a different story. Lee didn't press too hard. Sometimes the best thing to do was plant a seed and let someone come to you when they were ready. She left her card with him, told him she'd be in touch, and walked out knowing that she'd just opened another door in this maze. Back at the station, Harris found something buried deep in the case logs, a name that appeared briefly, then disappeared from later reports. It was small, easy to miss, but the more he thought about it, the more it bothered him. People's names didn't just vanish from official records without a reason. Someone had either made a mistake or deliberately removed it. And in this situation, Harris was betting on the latter. As night fell, the station grew quieter, but Harris and Lee stayed behind. They didn't speak much, just worked in a steady rhythm, occasionally exchanging a quick glance when one of them found something worth noting. The quiet was heavy, but not empty. It carried the weight of everything they weren't saying yet. The main conflict had started to take shape, though it was still far from clear. They weren't just chasing a suspect anymore. They were navigating a tangle of hidden motives, old grudges, and buried connections. The deeper they went, the more it felt like the truth was there, just out of reach, hidden behind one last locked door. And somewhere, someone was making sure that door stayed shut. Neither of them knew, yet that the people they thought were on their side might not be as loyal as they believed. And neither could guess that the most important clue was already in their possession, sitting quietly in a file folder on Harris's desk, waiting for the moment when it would finally make sense. The air in the small town felt heavier than it had just days ago. It wasn't just the weather or the looming clouds. It was the way people moved, the way they spoke in hushed tones and darted glances over their shoulders. The uneasy quiet had a weight to it, and those who noticed couldn't quite decide if it was safer to keep their heads down or to demand answers. For Rebecca, it was the latter. She had seen enough in her years to know that silence often protected the wrong people. She stood at the edge of the old bridge, looking down at the slow, murky river below. It had been here for decades, a piece of the town's history, yet now it felt like it was watching her, as if it knew something she didn't. Navarro joined her, his hands shoved deep into his jacket pockets. "I don't like the way this is going," he murmured, scanning the horizon as if he expected someone to step out of the shadows. Too many gaps in the story. Too many people pretending they don't remember details they couldn't possibly forget. Rebecca didn't reply right away. She was thinking about the files they'd gone through the night before, pages and pages of witness statements, property records, and police reports. Some were missing sections, others had been heavily redacted. It wasn't unusual for sensitive information to be withheld, but this wasn't redaction for privacy. This was deliberate erasure. Meanwhile, across town, Mrs. Calloway was sitting at her kitchen table with the blinds half closed, nervously twisting the corner of a dish towel in her hands. She had been one of the few willing to speak with Rebecca and Navarro, but even she had limits. "It's not safe," she had whispered, glancing toward the door more than once. "They don't like people asking too many questions. Last time, someone's car caught fire in the middle of the night." She didn't say who they were, but she didn't need to. Navarro had noticed something during that conversation, a framed photo on Mrs. Calloway's wall. It was of a town celebration years ago, long before the trouble started, yet one of the men in the background matched a figure in an old surveillance image from their files. The problem was in the photo, he looked like he hadn't aged a day in decades. The resemblance was too precise to dismiss. That night, Rebecca couldn't shake the image from her mind. She spread their notes across the motel room bed, mapping out connections with a red pen. The same name, sometimes an alias, sometimes just an initial, kept popping up in property transactions, business licenses, and even charitable foundations. This person had ties to nearly every corner of the town's economy, yet somehow had managed to stay completely off the public radar. It was as if he was always present, but never in plain sight. While Rebecca worked, Navarro drove out to the edge of the industrial district. There was an abandoned warehouse there, one the locals avoided. He had heard rumors it had been used for more than just storage, though no one could prove it. The fence was rusted and bent in places, and the windows were boarded up, but faint light leaked from a crack in one of the panels. He approached quietly, stopping just short of the door when he heard low voices inside. The words were muffled, but he caught enough to know they were discussing keeping everything quiet and making sure they disappear. His first instinct was to get closer, but before he could move, a shadow passed in front of the light, and the talking stopped. Back in town, Rebecca received a message slipped under her door. No name, no signature, just a folded piece of paper with a single sentence. "Stop digging, or you'll end up like the rest." There was no explanation for who the rest were, but she could imagine. The warning was chilling not just because of the threat, but because it meant someone had been close enough to her room to leave it without being seen. By morning, the unease had deepened. The sheriff's office, which had been polite but distant before, suddenly refused to share even basic public records. Requests that had been in process for days were now denied due to insufficient cause. The shift was too sudden to be coincidence. Someone had told them to shut it down. Rebecca and Navarro met in the cafe on Main Street, the kind of place where the coffee was always lukewarm, but the conversations were always warm, unless you were new in town and asking questions no one wanted to answer. As they spoke quietly over their mugs, they noticed the waitress avoiding eye contact and the older couple in the corner leaning in to whisper. It was subtle, but it was clear. Word had spread. Navarro tapped his finger against the table. "We need to start looking at this from another angle. If they've got control over the official channels, we go unofficial. We find people who aren't on the payroll." Rebecca nodded, knowing it wouldn't be easy. In a town this small, everyone's loyalty was tied to someone else's. But sometimes, the truth came from the least expected places. They began with the outskirts, the trailer park near the highway, the fishing docks down by the inlet, the row of small repair shops that had been family-run for generations. These were the places that didn't make it into the glossy town brochures, but held the kind of memories and grudges that could last lifetimes. It was at one of those shops, a rundown auto garage, that they met Harold. He was in his 60s, with hands stained from years of work and eyes that darted toward the door every few minutes. At first, he claimed not to know much, but as Navarro mentioned certain dates and names, Harold's shoulders tensed. Finally, he leaned in and lowered his voice. There's a reason you're not getting answers. It's because some of the people you're asking about, they're not supposed to exist anymore. Rebecca frowned. What do you mean, not supposed to exist? Harold glanced around before continuing. They were erased, not just from the records, erased from people's lives. Folks who spoke up either left town overnight or, well, let's just say they didn't leave on their own terms. The one you really want to find, he's been around longer than anyone realizes. My father used to talk about him when I was a kid. Same face then as now. It was another piece of the same unsettling puzzle. Rebecca and Navarro exchanged a glance, the unspoken question hanging between them. How could that be possible? That night, they split up again, Rebecca to follow up on the property records, Navarro to keep watch on the warehouse. Neither expected answers right away, but both knew they were getting close to something that someone had gone to great lengths to keep hidden. The problem was, the closer they got, the more dangerous it became. And somewhere in the dark, someone was already watching them, waiting for the moment they crossed a line they couldn't come back from. Ask ChatGPT. The air inside the room seemed heavier than before, as if the very walls had absorbed the tension. No one spoke for a long moment, each person caught in their own storm of thoughts. Daniel stood near the window, arms crossed, his eyes locked on the street outside, as if expecting something, or someone, to appear at any second. Sarah sat at the table, fingers tapping against the wood, her mind racing through every possibility, every angle that could explain what was unfolding. The evidence they had gathered didn't just point to one person. It hinted at a network, something bigger and more complex than anyone had imagined. But the problem was that every thread they pulled led to more questions. A simple connection between names had turned into a web of meetings, hidden accounts, and unexplained disappearances. And it wasn't just strangers they were finding in the data. Some of the names belonged to people they knew, trusted, or even worked alongside. The room's silence was finally broken when Michael returned with a thin folder under his arm. He didn't say a word until he had placed it on the table. The way he looked at the others told them this wasn't just another piece of the puzzle. It was a revelation that could change everything. I've been digging into the phone records, he said, his voice low but steady. And it's not just the calls we expected. There are numbers here that belong to people with security clearance, high security clearance, people who should have no business talking to our suspects. Sarah leaned forward, scanning the list. Her chest tightened when she recognized one of the names. She had worked on a case with this person years ago, had even shared meals and late-night strategy sessions. The idea that they could be involved didn't feel real, but the records were right there, undeniable. She didn't say the name out loud. Not yet. Meanwhile, Daniel had stopped pretending to look out the window and was now studying the folder over Sarah's shoulder. If this is true, he murmured, then we're not just dealing with a hidden group. We're dealing with something protected. Someone's been keeping this buried for years, maybe decades. His tone wasn't fearful. It was determined, the kind of determination that made you brace for what came next. But while they pieced things together in that dimly lit room, outside forces were already moving. A black SUV had parked across the street 20 minutes ago, its engine still idling, the driver never stepping out. The streetlight above it flickered twice before going dark, swallowing the vehicle into the shadows. From the room's vantage point, it was hard to tell if anyone inside was watching them. But Daniel noticed it, and the knot in his stomach tightened. Across town, a very different conversation was taking place. In a quiet, high-ceilinged office, a man in a tailored suit sat behind a polished desk, his fingers drumming in a slow, deliberate rhythm. He had just gotten off the phone, and the faint smile on his face didn't match the seriousness of his words. They're closer than they think, he told the man, standing in the corner. But not close enough to hurt us. Keep the pressure on. Make them doubt themselves. Back in the apartment, Sarah's phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. You're in over your head. Walk away. She showed it to Michael, whose expression didn't change, but the sharpness in his eyes deepened. "This means we're getting close," he said quietly. Too close for them to stay quiet. The hours slipped by without anyone leaving the table. They worked in near silence, occasionally breaking into short bursts of discussion, mapping connections between names, locations, and events. Each new detail painted a darker picture. There were unexplained transfers of money to offshore accounts, sudden career promotions for certain individuals, and a disturbing pattern of key witnesses in unrelated cases disappearing before they could testify. At one point, Daniel pushed back a chair and stood, pacing the room. "We need to think about our next move," he said. "If we keep going like this, we're going to force them to act. And when they do, they won't hold back." He wasn't exaggerating. Everyone in the room had seen what happened to people who got too close to the truth in cases like this. Careers destroyed, reputation smeared, sometimes worse. Michael looked up from the papers. "So what's your suggestion? That we slow down? Pretend we don't know what we know?" Daniel didn't answer right away. Instead, he glanced at Sarah, who was staring down at a photograph in her hands. It showed a group of people at a formal event years ago. The faces were familiar, but what caught her attention was the man standing at the far edge of the frame, someone she thought had vanished from the public eye long ago. "That's him," she whispered. "That's the one they all defer to." Her voice carried a mix of shock and certainty. Michael leaned closer, studying the image. "Then we have our target," he said. "We find him, we find the center of all this." But finding him wouldn't be simple. According to official records, he hadn't been seen or photographed in years. His name didn't appear in any recent databases. It was as if he had been erased. Yet here he was, in a picture buried in an old file, proof that he was still out there, somewhere. The tension in the room shifted. They weren't just looking at a case anymore. They were staring at the shadow of a man who had managed to stay invisible while pulling strings that affected countless lives. And now they had a trail to follow, however faint. None of them noticed the faint click outside the door or the soft shuffle of footsteps in the hallway. Somewhere, just beyond their line of sight, someone was listening. The air was tense, heavier than it had been at any point before. Every small sound, a footstep in the hallway, a chair creaking, a door clicking shut, felt sharper, more threatening. It wasn't just fear anymore. It was the understanding that everything had reached a point where one wrong move could end everything. People spoke less now, and when they did, their voices were quiet, as if afraid the walls themselves might be listening. Outside, the street seemed quieter too. The usual hum of the city had dulled to a strange, expectant silence, like the world knew something was about to happen. Even the weather had turned. Clouds hung low and heavy, and the light had a strange, dim quality, like it was fading too soon. Every shadow stretched farther than it should have, swallowing corners and alleys until they looked like deep pits. Inside the safe house, the group gathered again around the table, papers spread out, photographs and maps laid side by side. The pieces of the puzzle were there, but no one could see the full picture yet. And the longer it stayed incomplete, the more dangerous it became. One of them, a tall man with tired eyes, traced a finger along a map, pointing out the locations they'd connected so far. "It's all converging here," he said quietly, his voice rough. "Every lead, every movement, it's all going to this one place." The others leaned in, their faces tense. They all knew what that meant. If they were right, this location would be the center of everything they'd been chasing. But if they were wrong, it could be a trap. And if it was a trap, walking in would mean they'd never walk out again. In the corner, one of the youngest members of the group sat apart, flipping through a small notebook. Her hands shook as she turned the pages. She wasn't just worried about the danger ahead. She was thinking about the people they'd left behind, the ones still out there, unprotected. She'd written their names in the back of the notebook, as if keeping them there might somehow keep them safe. But every time she read them, it only made the fear sharper. The tension between the group members was starting to show. They were all working toward the same goal, but the pressure was pulling at them in different ways. Some wanted to move now, to strike before the other side had a chance to prepare. Others insisted they needed more time, more proof, more certainty. Every argument chipped away at the unity they'd built. Trust, once so solid, now felt fragile ready to crack. Late in the evening, they got word of a sighting. Not a confirmation, just a whisper. Someone matching the description had been seen moving through a part of the city no one wanted to be in after dark. It wasn't much, but it was enough to make the air in the room shift. Everyone knew that if this lead was real, it could be the last one they'd get before the endgame began. The decision came quickly. They'd go. They didn't say it out loud, but they all knew there was no turning back after this. The preparations were quiet, almost too quiet. No one spoke about what might happen if things went wrong. They just checked their equipment, exchanged quick, tense glances, and stepped into the night. The streets they moved through were nearly empty, the only light coming from flickering street lamps and the occasional glow of a window high above. Every sound felt amplified. The crunch of gravel underfoot, the rustle of wind through old banners hanging on poles, the distant rumble of a train somewhere beyond the edge of the city. They kept to the shadows, every step calculated, every glance measured. Halfway there, they heard it. A faint sound, distant but distinct. It wasn't footsteps or voices. It was something heavier, more deliberate. They froze, listening. The sound came again, closer this time. Someone, or something, was moving toward them. They ducked into an alley, pressing themselves against the walls. The sound passed, slow and steady, like whoever it was knew exactly where they were going. When it faded into the distance, they exchanged a silent nod and kept moving, faster now. When they reached the edge of the district, the atmosphere changed again. It was colder here, the air damp and heavy. The buildings leaned close together, their walls stained and cracked, their windows dark. Somewhere in the distance, a single light glowed, a faint, flickering beacon in the darkness. That was where they needed to go. As they approached, the tension wound tighter. Every instinct screamed that they were being watched. The youngest member kept glancing over her shoulder, certain she'd see someone following them. But the street stayed empty, silent except for the sound of their own breathing. When they finally reached the building, they stopped. It looked abandoned, but something about it felt alive, as if it was holding its breath. The door was slightly ajar, just enough to show the darkness inside. They stood there for a long moment. No one wanted to be the first to step in. Then, without a word, the tall man with tired eyes pushed the door open and walked in. The others followed, the air inside colder than it had been outside. The floor creaked under their feet, each step echoing far too loudly. Somewhere deep in the building, a sound stirred, soft, almost like a whisper, but carrying enough weight to freeze them in place. They were close now, too close to turn back, and whatever waited ahead, they knew it would change everything. The room felt heavier with each passing second, the air thick enough that every breath seemed to demand effort. Shadows stretched across the walls as the dim light from the desk lamp cast uneven patterns, giving the space a restless, almost watchful quality. Rebecca stood near the window, her gaze fixed on the street outside. Cars passed by, their headlights briefly cutting through the gloom, but none of them slowed down. It was as if the world beyond these walls was carrying on normally, completely unaware of the storm brewing inside. Navarro paced behind her, the steady rhythm of his footsteps betraying his struggle to think clearly. "We're running out of time," he muttered, not so much to her as to himself. His voice was tense, edged with a frustration he was trying to keep in check. He stopped suddenly, turning toward the table where the evidence lay in neat but ominous piles, photographs, maps, and thin manila folders filled with statements. The details had begun to form patterns, but the picture was still incomplete. That was the most dangerous part. Knowing something was close enough to see, but not clear enough to act on without risking everything. From the corner of the room, Evans spoke quietly. He had been silent for most of the night, his eyes moving between Rebecca and Navarro, as if measuring their reactions. "If he's moving again," Evans said, "then this time he's not working alone. The timing doesn't fit otherwise." His words hung in the air, heavier than any of them wanted to admit. It was the kind of possibility that shifted everything, turning an already dangerous man into the center of something far larger. Rebecca stepped away from the window, crossing the room to the table. She studied the photographs closely, her finger tracing the faint markings visible in the corners of two images. "These symbols," she said quietly, "they're not random." Her voice was calm, but the edge of certainty in her tone made Navarro glance up sharply. "We've seen them before," she continued, "and they were always connected to the same network." Navarro exhaled slowly, pressing his hands against the table as he leaned forward. "That network was dismantled years ago," he said, almost as if he needed to hear it aloud to believe it. "There's no way they're still active." But even as the words left his mouth, his eyes betrayed doubt. The silence that followed wasn't empty. It was loaded. They all knew that sometimes what was dismantled wasn't truly destroyed, only forced deeper underground where it became harder to track, harder to predict. Evan broke it again. What if this isn't just about him resurfacing? His tone was steady, but the question carried weight. What if he never actually stopped? What if the years of silence were part of the plan? Rebecca didn't answer right away. She looked down at the map, her eyes moving across the red pins marking different locations. Slowly, she realized they weren't random points. They were forming a shape. It wasn't perfect, but it was intentional enough that she knew it wasn't coincidence. Her heart beat faster. "He's leaving a trail," she said, her voice dropping. "But not for us, at least not directly. This is a signal to someone else." Navarro straightened, his eyes narrowing. If that's true, then whoever he's signaling has been out there this entire time, waiting. The thought of another player, unknown, unseen, lurking somewhere beyond their reach sent a shiver through the room. Rebecca's phone buzzed on the table, startling them all slightly. She glanced at the screen and saw an unknown number, but something in her gut told her to answer. She put on speaker. A man's voice came through, low and deliberate. "You're closer than you think," he said. The background was quiet, but there was a faint hum, like machinery. "But you won't get to him unless you're willing to follow the path he's set. Every step matters." Before she could respond, the call cut off. They stared at each other, each of them knowing without saying it that this wasn't a warning. It was an invitation. Navarro's jaw tightened. "We can't just walk into whatever this is. He's controlling the board right now." Rebecca didn't argue. She knew he was right, but she also knew they had no choice but to move forward. Waiting had never been an option in cases like this. The hours that followed blurred together. They cross-referenced locations, compared old files with recent sightings, and searched for connections between people who hadn't spoken in decades. Every lead pulled them deeper into a web that felt both familiar and new, like walking through a place you'd been before, only to find all the doors had been moved. Outside, the rain started again, the steady tapping on the window a reminder of how late it had gotten. Yet none of them moved to rest. By the time Rebecca pulled her coat on, the map on the table had changed. The pins now formed a clear path, leading to an industrial district on the outskirts of the city. It was a place most people didn't go unless they had to. Empty warehouses, flickering streetlights, and long, echoing roads where footsteps could carry farther than they should. Evan volunteered to stay behind and monitor communications, but Rebecca could see the unease in his eyes. "You think this is a trap," she said quietly. He gave a small nod. "I think everything about this is a trap, but that doesn't mean you can't spring it on your terms." The drive was silent except for the sound of the rain against the windshield. Navarro kept his eyes on the road, but Rebecca could feel the tension in the air. She thought about the voice on the phone, about the way it had sounded, almost certain that they were close. When they reached the district, the streets were nearly deserted. The only light came from the dim, orange glow of the few lamps that still worked. The buildings loomed around them, their windows dark and uninviting. They parked a block away from the location marked on the map and continued on foot, their footsteps muffled by the wet pavement. Every shadow seemed deeper here, every sound sharper. Somewhere in the distance, something metallic clanged, echoing through the empty streets. Navarro raised a hand, signaling her to stop. They stood in the narrow space between two warehouses, the building ahead of them lit faintly from within. Rebecca's pulse quickened. She knew they were close, but she also knew that whatever waited inside wasn't just the next step in their investigation. It was the point of no return. The air inside the dim room felt heavy, almost like it carried its own weight, pressing down on everyone present. No one spoke for several moments. The only sound came from the quiet hum of the old ceiling fan above, its blades creaking with every turn. Rebecca stood near the window, her eyes fixed on the street below, scanning for movement, but her mind was far away. Navarro was at the table, studying the worn files spread in front of him, each page filled with reports, photos, and notes that had taken months to gather. He was looking for the one piece of information that would tie everything together, but the answers seemed to slip further away the more he looked. The longer they sat there, the more they both realized the situation wasn't just dangerous, it was unpredictable. The people they were after weren't reckless criminals. They were calculated, precise, and they knew how to stay invisible until the exact moment they wanted to be seen. That meant every move Rebecca and Navarro made had to be deliberate. One mistake could mean the end, not just of the investigation, but of them. Across town, the rain began again, falling in thin, cold sheets that blurred the outlines of buildings and made the streets glisten under the pale streetlights. A lone car sat idling near the corner, its engine low and steady. Inside, a man waited, his face barely visible beneath the shadow of his hood. He kept his gaze on the building across the street, watching the entrance, glancing at the time every few minutes. He had been told to wait, to make sure he saw them leave. He didn't need to follow them. Others would take care of that. Back in the room, Navarro finally pushed one file toward Rebecca. "Look at this," he said quietly. She turned and saw a grainy photograph of a man in a crowd, his face partly hidden but still recognizable. Rebecca's breath caught. She had seen that man before, months ago, in a completely different city, during a case they thought had no connection to this one. "He shouldn't be here," she murmured. Navarro nodded, his jaw tightening. "Which means either he's been following us for longer than we thought, or he's tied to something bigger than we imagined." The sound of footsteps in the hallway made both of them glance toward the door. They exchanged a quick look. Neither had been expecting visitors. Navarro motioned for Rebecca to step back as he moved closer to the wall, keeping a hand near his sidearm. The footsteps stopped just outside the door, and for a long second there was silence. Then, without warning, the sound of a key sliding into the lock echoed in the stillness. Rebecca's pulse quickened. She and Navarro stood completely still, waiting for whoever was about to step inside. The door opened just a fraction, but no one came in. Instead, a small envelope was slipped through the gap, hitting the floor softly before the door closed again and the footsteps retreated. Navarro was at the envelope in seconds, picking it up carefully. There was no name, no address, just a wax seal on the back, pressed with an unfamiliar emblem. He broke it open, pulling out a single folded sheet of paper. The handwriting was jagged, uneven, as if written quickly and under stress. The message was short: "You're closer than you think, but you're being watched." Rebecca felt the chill in the words, not because of the warning, but because of the certainty behind them. Whoever sent it wasn't guessing. They knew exactly what was happening. She looked toward the window again, but the street below was empty. "We have to move," Navarro said. "If they know where we are, we can't stay here." They packed the files in silence, every sound seeming louder in the tense quiet. The rain outside grew heavier, drumming against the windows. As they left the building, Rebecca glanced over her shoulder, certain she saw movement in the shadows near the alley. But when she looked again, there was nothing. They drove through the wet streets, taking turns that led them deeper into the industrial side of the city, where the streetlights were fewer and the buildings older. Navarro pulled into the dark side of an abandoned warehouse lot, cutting the engine. He sat there for a moment, listening. Somewhere nearby, a metal door slammed, the sound echoing across the empty space. Rebecca scanned the darkness, then turned to Navarro. "If they're watching us, they already know we're here, which means we have to make them think we're going one way, while we're actually going another." Navarro's eyes narrowed slightly. "And you have a plan for that?" "Not yet," she admitted. "But if we don't start moving first, they're going to corner us." Far away, in a room that smelled faintly of dust and old paper,
A different group sat around a long table. The man at the head of it tapped his fingers slowly against the wood. "They've found the connection," he said. His voice was calm, almost too calm, which means we either shut them down now, or we let them keep going until they lead us to the one we really want. The others exchanged glances, none of them speaking. The man smiled faintly, as though he had already decided which it would be. In the car, Rebecca and Navarro didn't know it yet, but they were about to step into a part of the case that would take everything they thought they knew and twist it into something far more dangerous. The storm outside was nothing compared to what was coming, and as they pulled back onto the slick streets, every shadow seemed to move, every reflection in the glass seemed to watch. The silence in the command post felt heavy, like the air before a thunderstorm. Every person in the room was tense, watching the live feed and listening for any update. Radios crackled with half-formed sentences, coded messages, and voices that were starting to sound more urgent. Somewhere out there, the threads of this investigation were converging, and if they were right, tonight could either be their breakthrough or their breaking point. Navarro paced near the window, his eyes constantly shifting between the digital map on the screen and the dark street beyond. Rebecca stayed seated, leaning forward with her elbows on her knees, her focus locked on the grainy feed from the undercover camera. The van parked in the alley had a clear view of the meeting spot, but the man they were looking for, the one who could connect everything, still hadn't shown. Time dragged. Each minute that passed made them question if they had been fed false information, if the lead was a setup, or worse, if someone had leaked their presence. They had seen it before. Carefully laid traps that turned the hunters into the hunted. Navarro's phone vibrated against the table. He snatched it up, reading a short text before handing it to Rebecca without a word. The message was simple. 2 minutes. That was it. No sender name. No details. But they both knew exactly what it meant. Outside, headlights appeared at the far end of the block, moving slowly as if the driver was checking for tails. The car stopped short of the meeting spot, engine idling. A figure stepped out, tall, with a deliberate way of moving, as though every step was calculated. The camera zoomed in, but the hood of the man's jacket shadowed his face. Rebecca felt her pulse quicken. She recognized the gait. She had seen it in grainy security footage months ago, the same night that set this whole investigation in motion. Navarro didn't speak, but his jaw tightened. The man reached the corner and paused, glancing over his shoulder. Then, almost casually, he tapped the light pole twice with his hand before leaning against it. The signal. It was the same pattern they'd decoded earlier, a subtle marker used by the network to indicate that it was safe to proceed, which meant someone else was coming, and they were about to see who. From the opposite side of the street, a second figure appeared, shorter, wearing a long coat. The two didn't greet each other openly. Instead, they stood at a careful distance, speaking in short bursts, their voices too low for the microphone to catch. Navarro leaned toward the screen, straining to read their lips, but the angle was wrong. Then something unexpected happened. The shorter figure reached into their coat and handed over a small envelope. Not a phone, not a drive, a plain, folded envelope, the kind that could carry something as simple as a letter or as dangerous as a key to a hidden account. The tall man didn't open it. He slipped it into his pocket without hesitation. That, more than anything, made Rebecca uneasy. Whatever was inside, he already knew what it was. Before they could process the exchange, the man turned abruptly and began walking away, but not toward the car he arrived in. Instead, he cut through an alley, heading deeper into the unlit side streets. Rebecca grabbed her earpiece. Team 2, eyes on the alley. Keep a 3-car distance. Do not engage. The radio responded with a faint click of acknowledgement. But the moment Team 2's vehicle turned the corner, the feed cut. Just static. The room went still. Navarro's voice was low, but urgent. They're jamming us. Rebecca's heart pounded. If they were jamming the signal, that meant they knew they were being watched. The meeting wasn't just a drop-off, it was bait. And Team 2 had just walked into it. They scrambled to pull up alternate camera angles, but every feed from that part of the grid was going dark one by one. Street cameras, traffic feeds, private surveillance taps, all black. Navarro turned to Rebecca. They've done this before. This is the same pattern from the Harrow case. Once the last feed goes down, a loud pop echoed faintly through the comms before cutting out entirely. Rebecca didn't wait. All teams, regroup at fallback location Charlie. Move now. Her voice was steady, but inside she was running through every worst-case scenario. If Team 2 had been cut off, they might already be gone, either captured or forced underground. And if that happened, the intel they were carrying could be in enemy hands. Navarro grabbed his jacket. We can't just sit here. If they move him tonight, we lose everything. She knew he was right, but she also knew walking into that blackout zone without a plan could end them both. The tension between caution and action pressed hard on her chest. Then another phone buzzed. Not hers, not Navarro's, but the secure line on the far wall. Only a handful of people even knew that number existed. Rebecca crossed the room and lifted the receiver. A distorted voice came through, slow and deliberate. You're too late, but you can still save them if you're willing to trade. Her grip tightened on the phone. Who is this? A pause. Then, someone who has what you're looking for and someone you care about. Navarro was watching her, reading the tension in her face. The voice continued. I'll call back in 1 hour. Decide what's more important to you, the truth or your people. The line went dead. The room felt colder. Rebecca slowly set the phone down. Every path forward now came with a cost. And whichever one they chose, someone wasn't going to make it out untouched. Outside, the city seemed calm, almost too calm, but somewhere in the dark, pieces were moving. And they were running out of time before the final move was made. The night air felt heavy, thick with a kind of stillness that made every sound sharper, every movement more pronounced. The streets were mostly empty, but shadows seemed to stretch longer than they should, clinging to every corner as if they had a life of their own. The team moved carefully, every step measured, every glance checking for movement that didn't belong. No one spoke. They didn't need to. The tension between them was almost tangible, as if their unspoken thoughts hung in the air. A distant hum broke the silence, faint, rhythmic, mechanical. It came from somewhere ahead, around the corner where the streetlights were dim and flickering. Everyone slowed down, their eyes scanning the dark. The sound wasn't loud enough to identify clearly, but it was constant, and that alone was enough to keep them on edge. The closer they got, the more they realized the noise was coming from inside a rundown warehouse, the kind of place people passed by without looking twice. The front entrance was shut tight, a heavy chain and lock securing the door, but faint light spilled through gaps in the metal panels. Someone was inside. They knew going through the front would be too risky, so they circled around the back. The air smelled faintly of oil and rust, and somewhere in the shadows, water dripped steadily, each drop echoing against the concrete. When they reached the rear of the building, they found a smaller service door, the paint peeling, the hinges rusted. A quick glance confirmed it wasn't locked, just old, stiff, and heavy. They pushed it open slowly, careful not to make a sound, and stepped into a narrow hallway lit by a single flickering bulb. The walls were stained and grimy, and the air inside was warmer, carrying the faint scent of burnt wiring. From deeper inside, they could hear voices, low, muffled, but growing clearer as they moved closer. The words weren't easy to make out, but the tone was urgent, almost frantic. Footsteps echoed lightly against the concrete, steady and deliberate. They followed the sound, every step adding to the building tension. Finally, they reached the edge of a large open space, hidden behind stacks of crates. They crouched low, peering through a gap. The warehouse floor was mostly empty except for a small circle of light in the center, coming from a hanging lamp that swayed slightly as if disturbed by a recent movement. Under the light stood two figures, their faces partially obscured by shadows. One held a small metallic case, the kind that looked harmless but often wasn't. The other spoke quickly, gesturing toward the case, their voice sharp and impatient. It was impossible to see exactly what was inside, but the way they guarded it told everything. This was the center of the problem, the thing that had drawn everyone here tonight. Then, without warning,
One of the figures turned abruptly, as if sensing they weren't alone. The swaying light caught their eyes for just a moment, and in that split second, the tension in the air snapped tight. The stillness was gone, replaced by an electric pulse of anticipation. Every muscle in their bodies tensed. They were seconds away from being discovered, and they all knew that whatever happened next would decide how this night ended. But before anyone could move, a loud crash echoed from somewhere deeper in the warehouse. Metal clanging against concrete, the sound of something heavy being knocked over. Both figures under the light froze, their heads snapping toward the noise. For a heartbeat, no one moved. Then chaos began. The figures grabbed the case and bolted for the far exit. The team leapt from behind the crates, the sound of their footsteps exploding through the still air. The chase began instantly, the sharp echo of boots against concrete mixing with the ragged breath of adrenaline. The light overhead swayed violently, throwing shifting shadows across the floor, making it harder to see clearly. They raced through the maze of crates and machinery, the gap between them closing fast. But the warehouse was a labyrinth, full of blind corners and sudden dead ends. Every turn felt like a gamble. Would it bring them closer or send them in circles? The pounding of footsteps and the harsh sound of metal doors slamming reverberated through the building. The figures ahead were desperate now. Their movements frantic, but desperation could make people dangerous. There was no telling what they might do if they were cornered. Somewhere ahead, the faint night air seeped in, carrying the scent of rain. An exit was close. The thought of them slipping away into the darkness tightened the urgency in every step. The sound of the mechanical hum from earlier was gone now, replaced by the thundering pulse of the moment. They were almost within reach. Every second felt stretched, every heartbeat louder than the last. The night had been building toward this moment, and they could feel it. The line between success and failure was razor thin. And then, just as they turned the last corner, everything stopped. The figures had reached the open door, moonlight spilling in from the outside, but something or someone was blocking their way. What happened next would decide everything. The night air felt heavy, thick with a kind of stillness that made every sound sharper, every movement more pronounced. The streets were mostly empty, but shadows seemed to stretch longer than they should, clinging to every corner as if they had a life of their own. The team moved carefully, every step measured, every glance checking for movement that didn't belong. No one spoke. They didn't need to. The tension between them was almost tangible, as if their unspoken thoughts hung in the air. A distant hum broke the silence, faint, rhythmic, mechanical. It came from somewhere ahead, around the corner where the streetlights were dim and flickering. Everyone slowed down, their eyes scanning the dark. The sound wasn't loud enough to identify clearly, but it was constant, and that alone was enough to keep them on edge. The closer they got, the more they realized the noise was coming from inside a rundown warehouse, the kind of place people passed by without looking twice. The front entrance was shut tight, a heavy chain and lock securing the door, but faint light spilled through gaps in the metal panels. Someone was inside. They knew going through the front would be too risky, so they circled around the back. The air smelled faintly of oil and rust, and somewhere in the shadows, water dripped steadily, each drop echoing against the concrete. When they reached the rear of the building, they found a smaller service door, the paint peeling, the hinges rusted. A quick glance confirmed it wasn't locked, just old, stiff, and heavy. They pushed it open slowly, careful not to make a sound, and stepped into a narrow hallway lit by a single flickering bulb. The walls were stained and grimy, and the air inside was warmer, carrying the faint scent of burnt wiring. From deeper inside, they could hear voices, low, muffled, but growing clearer as they moved closer. The words weren't easy to make out, but the tone was urgent, almost frantic. Footsteps echoed lightly against the concrete, steady and deliberate. They followed the sound, every step adding to the building tension. Finally, they reached the edge of a large open space, hidden behind stacks of crates. They crouched low, peering through a gap. The warehouse floor was mostly empty except for a small circle of light in the center, coming from a hanging lamp that swayed slightly as if disturbed by a recent movement. Under the light stood two figures, their faces partially obscured by shadows. One held a small metallic case, the kind that looked harmless but often wasn't. The other spoke quickly, gesturing toward the case, their voice sharp and impatient. It was impossible to see exactly what was inside, but the way they guarded it told everything. This was the center of the problem, the thing that had drawn everyone here tonight. Then, without warning, one of the figures turned abruptly, as if sensing they weren't alone. The swaying light caught their eyes for just a moment, and in that split second, the tension in the air snapped tight. The stillness was gone, replaced by an electric pulse of anticipation. Every muscle in their bodies tensed. They were seconds away from being discovered, and they all knew that whatever happened next would decide how this night ended. But before anyone could move, a loud crash echoed from somewhere deeper in the warehouse. Metal clanging against concrete, the sound of something heavy being knocked over. Both figures under the light froze, their heads snapping toward the noise. For a heartbeat, no one moved. Then chaos began. The figures grabbed the case and bolted for the far exit. The team leapt from behind the crates, the sound of their footsteps exploding through the still air. The chase began instantly, the sharp echo of boots against concrete mixing with the ragged breath of adrenaline. The light overhead swayed violently, throwing shifting shadows across the floor, making it harder to see clearly. They raced through the maze of crates and machinery, the gap between them closing fast. But the warehouse was a labyrinth, full of blind corners and sudden dead ends. Every turn felt like a gamble. Would it bring them closer or send them in circles? The pounding of footsteps and the harsh sound of metal doors slamming reverberated through the building. The figures ahead were desperate now, their movements frantic, but desperation could make people dangerous. There was no telling what they might do if they were cornered. Somewhere ahead, the faint night air seeped in, carrying the scent of rain. An exit was close. The thought of them slipping away into the darkness tightened the urgency in every step. The sound of the mechanical hum from earlier was gone now, replaced by the thundering pulse of the moment. They were almost within reach. Every second felt stretched, every heartbeat louder than the last. The night had been building toward this moment, and they could feel it. The line between success and failure was razor thin. And then, just as they turned the last corner, everything stopped. The figures had reached the open door, moonlight spilling in from the outside, but something or someone was blocking their way. What happened next would decide everything. The air inside the narrow room felt heavy, as if each breath carried the weight of the secrets no one dared to speak. Outside, the wind rattled the old shutters, its hollow whistle creeping in like a warning. Every person in that room could feel it. Something was coming, and it was going to hit harder than anyone expected. The argument from earlier still hung in the air, sharp and unresolved. People exchanged glances, some with suspicion, others with fear, but all with the same silent question in their eyes. Who could be trusted now? It was then, just as the tension began to feel unbearable, that a quiet knock broke the silence. It wasn't loud or hurried, but there was something unsettling about the rhythm, too deliberate, too knowing. No one moved at first, as if the sound alone had pinned them to their spots. Finally, one of the younger men stepped forward and cracked the door open, only to find a folded piece of paper on the floor. No one was in sight. The hallway outside was empty, the flickering light casting shadows that seemed to stretch unnaturally far. The note was passed to the center table. It was just one sentence, written in uneven, rushed handwriting. It's not who you think. That was all. But in a room already on edge, those 5 words hit like a match dropped into dry straw. Whispers erupted instantly, theories flying, fingers pointing. The group had been so certain about the source of the betrayal, but now doubt seeped into every mind like water through cracks. If the note was true, then the real threat was closer than anyone realized, and worse, they might have been protecting them all along.
The leader, who had been trying to maintain a calm facade, pressed the paper flat against the table as if hoping to smooth out its implications. "This changes nothing," he said firmly, but the flicker of unease in his eyes betrayed him. Every person in the room noticed it. Trust was crumbling fast, and without it, their carefully laid plans could fall apart in an instant. Then came the sound, distant at first, then growing louder. Footsteps, not rushed, not hesitant, but steady, approaching from the far end of the building. Everyone froze. The steps stopped just outside the door. For a moment, there was only silence, broken only by the faint hum of the lights overhead. And then, the doorknob began to turn. Before anyone could react, the door swung open, and in stepped someone none of them expected to see. Not here, not now. Their presence alone felt like a shockwave, instantly shifting the entire dynamic of the room. Some faces registered fear, others confusion, but one or two showed something else entirely: recognition. This person wasn't supposed to be part of this night. Yet here they were, and judging by the way their eyes scanned the room, they already knew far more than they should. They stepped forward, slow and deliberate, until they were standing across from the leader. The two locked eyes, and in that moment the air seemed to still. "You've been looking in the wrong direction," the newcomer said, voice low but cutting. "While you've been chasing shadows, the real danger has been moving right under your nose." The words landed like a blade, slicing through the fragile layer of certainty the group had been clinging to. No one dared speak. Every mind was now racing, replaying every moment, every conversation, every overlooked detail. If what the newcomer was saying was true, then not only had they been deceived, they had been walking straight into a trap. The leader's voice was steady, but his knuckles tightened around the edge of the table. "Then tell us," he said, "who it is." But the newcomer didn't answer immediately. Instead, they let the silence linger, feeding the growing unease. Finally, they glanced around the room, eyes lingering just a moment too long on one particular face before looking back to the leader. "I will," they said, "but not here. Not now. If I tell you in this room, one of you won't make it out alive." The meaning was clear, and it sent a chill through everyone present. No one moved, but the weight of suspicion was almost visible in the air. Whoever they were talking about was sitting in that very room, listening, pretending, waiting. The group began to murmur again, but it was quickly silenced when the lights flickered once, then twice, and went out entirely. The sudden darkness felt suffocating. In the blackness, someone's chair scraped loudly against the floor, followed by the unmistakable sound of hurried footsteps. Then nothing, just silence. When the lights came back on a few seconds later, one seat at the table was empty, and so was the folded note. The air inside the small office felt heavier than before, as if the walls themselves were holding their breath. The ticking of the old clock on the far wall grew louder, each second adding to the weight pressing down on everyone in the room. Navarro leaned forward, elbows on the desk, his eyes locked on the thin folder spread open in front of him. Rebecca stood by the window, arms crossed, staring out at the darkening sky, her mind racing through the fragments of information they had gathered. Everything pointed in one direction, yet something in the back of her mind whispered that they were still missing the real picture. They had thought they were closing in on the truth, but now a single phone call had shifted the ground beneath them. A blocked number, a voice that was calm, but almost taunting, telling Navarro to stop looking where you're looking if you value what's left. No names, no direct threats, just enough to make them realize that someone on the other side knew exactly how far they had gotten. And the timing couldn't have been worse. Rebecca finally turned from the window. "It's not just them keeping tabs on us," she said quietly. "They've been ahead of us this whole time." Navarro didn't respond right away. He just tapped the edge of the folder with his finger, his jaw tight. "Which means," he said after a pause, "they already know about the witness." That single statement sent a ripple of tension through the room. The witness was the one person who could connect all the loose ends, the coded messages, the mysterious drop points, and the faces caught on surveillance no one was supposed to see. But that witness had been hidden, moved to a safe location. Now, the very idea that their enemies knew about them meant the clock wasn't just ticking for the case. It was ticking for someone's life. They moved quickly. The drive out of town was tense, with Rebecca scanning every passing car, watching the mirrors for anything unusual. Navarro kept one hand on the wheel and the other resting on the center console, a silent signal that he was ready for anything. The roads narrowed as they left the main highways, winding through stretches of dark forest where the moonlight barely touched the ground. Halfway to the safe house, Navarro's phone lit up again, same block number. He let it ring twice before answering. "You didn't listen," the voice said, "and now you're too late." The call ended without another word. He tossed the phone back onto the dashboard, pressing harder on the gas. Rebecca's eyes locked with his, both of them knowing what that meant. They had to get there before anyone else. The safe house was quiet when they arrived. Too quiet. The front door stood ajar, swaying slightly in the wind. Navarro motioned for Rebecca to stay back, drawing his weapon as they stepped inside. The living room looked untouched at first glance, but the overturned glass on the table and the faint smell of cologne that didn't belong there told a different story. They moved through the house in near silence, but when they reached the back room, the truth hit them. The witness was gone. The chair where they had been sitting was empty, the blankets tossed aside. On the floor, there was a single sheet of paper with a crude drawing, a spiral with a single red line slashing through it. Rebecca bent down and picked it up, her fingers trembling slightly. She had seen that symbol before in the old files Navarro had dug up. It wasn't just a warning, it was a signature, the kind that said whoever left it wasn't afraid of being found. Back in the car, Navarro drove without speaking, his mind piecing together the fragments faster than he could voice them. Every lead they had followed might have been planted, every path carefully shaped to lead them here. An empty room and a missing witness. But there was something else gnawing at him. If this group wanted to scare them off, why not just end it here? Why leave them alive with a breadcrumb? Rebecca seemed to be thinking the same thing. "They're pulling us towards something," she said finally. "And whatever it is, it's not the truth we think we're chasing." As if to prove her point, a low hum began to rise behind them. Navarro checked the mirror and saw headlights in the distance, moving fast. The road ahead twisted into sharp turns and steep drops, leaving them little room to maneuver. Whoever was following them wasn't trying to hide. They were closing in, almost hurting them forward. The pressure built with every mile. The night air felt colder, sharper, and even the stars seemed to fade behind heavy clouds. They didn't know who was in that vehicle, but both of them knew this was no random pursuit. This was part of a plan. And somewhere deep down, Navarro realized this wasn't just about the witness anymore. This was about pulling them into the open, making them play a game on someone else's terms. And once they stepped into that trap, there might not be a way out. The silence between them was thick enough to cut. Every small sound in the room seemed amplified. The ticking of the old clock on the wall, the faint hum of the heater, even the rustle of papers on the desk. Nobody moved at first, as if shifting even slightly might tip everything over the edge. It was in that heavy stillness that the second blow came, and it wasn't from outside forces. It came from within. The message had arrived quietly, slid under the door without anyone noticing, but the moment they read it, the air changed. The handwriting was unfamiliar, but the tone was sharp and deliberate. It was a single sentence, yet it carried enough weight to shake the room. "You're chasing the wrong enemy." That one line threw everything into chaos. The certainty they had been building for weeks cracked like thin ice underfoot. No one wanted to admit it out loud, but the implication was terrifying. If they were wrong about who was behind this, then the real threat had been moving in the shadows, free and unchallenged all this time. Eyes darted from one face to another, searching for any sign that someone might know more than they were letting on. Trust, which had already been fraying, began to dissolve entirely. Then came the sound, faint at first, almost like the groan of old pipes, but growing steadily louder until it was unmistakable. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, and close. They weren't supposed to have visitors. Everyone in the room instinctively froze, listening. The steps stopped just outside,
and for a long, drawn-out second, nobody breathed. Then, 3 sharp knocks rattled the door. The tension spiked like a lightning strike. Nobody moved to answer at first. The last time they had opened that door to an unexpected visitor, it had nearly cost them everything. The knocks came again, harder this time. Finally, someone stepped forward and unlatched the lock. The door swung open slowly, revealing a man whose face was partly hidden under the brim of a weathered hat. He didn't speak right away. Instead, he slipped a sealed envelope onto the table and stepped back, as if his job was done the moment it touched the wood. He turned to leave, but before he could step away, one of them called out, asking who sent it. The man paused, his head turning just enough to show a faint smile. "You'll find out soon enough," he said, his voice low but clear. Then he was gone, swallowed by the shadows outside. Opening the envelope felt like peeling back the cover of something dangerous. Inside was a single photograph. At first glance, it was just an ordinary street corner at night, dimly lit by a flickering street lamp. But in the far corner of the image, barely visible in the shadows, was a figure. No face could be seen, but the stance, the posture, was familiar enough to make their blood run cold. Whoever it was, they had been watching for a long time. Arguments broke out almost instantly. Some believed the figure in the photograph was the very person they'd been hunting all along, proof that their instincts had been right. Others insisted it was a trap, a carefully staged image meant to keep them distracted while the real enemy prepared their next move. Every voice grew louder, until no one could hear anything but the clash of their own suspicions. In the middle of the chaos, the youngest in the group pointed out something everyone else had missed, a detail in the corner of the photograph, near the gutter. A small, barely legible sign with a date scrawled in red ink. The date wasn't random. It was only 3 days away. Suddenly, it wasn't just about who the enemy was anymore. It was about what would happen on that date, and whether they'd be ready for it. Fear took on a new shape, not the fear of being wrong, but the fear of being too late. 3 days. That was all they had. And with every hour that passed, it felt less and less like enough. The night had grown colder, and the tension between them was almost unbearable. Every sound outside seemed amplified. The creak of a branch, the faint rustle of leaves in the wind, like the world itself was leaning in to listen. They had been so focused on the trail they were following that none of them noticed the small envelope lying on the table when they first came in. It was Navarro who spotted it, his hand hesitating mid-reach. It hadn't been there before. Rebecca's eyes narrowed. "Don't touch it yet." She scanned the room again, her gut telling her they weren't alone. But there was nothing, no shadow in the doorway, no sound in the hall. Just the quiet hum of an old refrigerator. She finally nodded, and Navarro slid the envelope closer. Inside was a single sheet of paper, no handwriting, just a printed message. "You're looking in the wrong place. But he's closer than you think." The words sent a chill through her. It wasn't a warning. They'd already had plenty of those. This felt like a taunt, almost playful, like someone watching them struggle and enjoying the game. Rebecca's mind raced. If Jeremy had planted it, that meant he was nearby, maybe watching. But then another thought struck her. What if it wasn't him? What if someone else was in this too? Someone who knew what Jeremy had done and was now pushing them toward something bigger. Navarro looked at her, reading the uncertainty in her face. "This changes things," he said quietly. "We've been following his trail. But if there's another player, we're blind to half the board." Before she could respond, her phone vibrated. A message, unknown number. It was a photo, grainy and taken from a distance, but unmistakable. It was her. She was standing in front of the cabin earlier that day. The timestamp was from less than 2 hours ago. Someone had been watching them up close. Her heart pounded, but she forced herself to think. If they were being monitored that closely, then their movements weren't as secret as they thought. Either Jeremy had help, or someone else wanted the same thing they did and wasn't afraid to get in their way. They didn't have time to process it before Navarro caught a flash of light outside, a brief glint like a reflection off glass. He moved to the window and froze. "We've got company." They both ducked down, careful not to make noise. Out there, in the darkness beyond the tree line, was the faint outline of a figure. Whoever it was wasn't moving, just standing still, watching. Rebecca's mind worked quickly. If they bolted now, they'd reveal they knew about the observer. If they stayed, they might find out who it was or risk getting trapped. And then, just as suddenly as they had seen the figure, it turned and slipped deeper into the woods. Navarro was already moving toward the door, but Rebecca stopped him with a hand to his chest. "No, they want us to follow." She didn't need to explain. Whoever this was, they were playing by rules they didn't understand yet. And walking into the woods at night, chasing shadows, was exactly the kind of mistake someone like Jeremy, or whoever this new player was, would count on. Instead, she decided to set a trap. They'd act like they were settling in for the night, turn off the lights, keep the fire low. And when whoever it was came closer, they'd be ready. Hours passed. The woods stayed quiet, the only sound the low crackle of burning logs. Rebecca sat in the dark, her eyes scanning the windows, ears tuned for anything out of place. Navarro pretended to sleep on the couch, one hand close to his weapon. It was close to 3 a.m. when she heard it, a faint click against the back door. Not a knock, not a branch, a metal sound, deliberate. She moved silently toward it, every step slow, deliberate. Navarro's eyes opened, alert. The door handle moved just slightly, and then nothing. Whoever it was had stopped, maybe sensing the trap. Then a shadow slid past the window, quick and low. Rebecca darted to the other side of the room to catch a better look, but by the time she reached the window, the figure was gone. She exhaled sharply. Whoever they were dealing with was good, too good to leave tracks that easily. But they'd made one mistake. During the brief glimpse she'd had, she saw something reflective on their wrist. A bracelet, or maybe a tag. And that was enough to set her mind turning. There was someone she'd met years ago during an undercover operation who wore something like that. A tracker. Back then, it was part of a covert program she'd stumbled into by accident. A program that was supposed to be shut down. If she was right, then the person outside wasn't just another criminal. They were part of something far bigger, something that might even be connected to Subject 12. The realization made her stomach tighten. If that program was still active, then Jeremy wasn't their only problem. In fact, Jeremy might not even be the main target anymore. And that's when she understood. The message in the envelope hadn't been a warning at all. It was a shift in the game. Someone wanted her and Navarro to stop looking for Jeremy, because finding him would only reveal the bigger secret too soon. The real threat was still out there, pulling strings. She looked at Navarro and said the words she'd been avoiding all night. "We've been chasing the wrong enemy." The wind outside had picked up, rattling the windows like impatient fingers tapping on glass. Inside the small living room, tension clung to the air, heavy and unshakable. Rebecca sat forward, elbows on her knees, staring at the photographs spread across the coffee table. Navarro stood by the wall, arms crossed, his jaw set like stone. The latest evidence wasn't just another piece of the puzzle. It was a complete shift in the entire picture. Rebecca's eyes kept going back to the one photograph in particular, a grainy shot taken from a traffic camera weeks before the first incident. It showed the suspect's car, but the driver's face wasn't Jeremy's. It was someone else entirely, someone who looked eerily familiar. She felt a pulse of unease in her chest. "Navarro," she said quietly, "we might have been chasing the wrong lead." Navarro stepped forward, narrowing his eyes at the photo. "Or," he said, "Jeremy's not working alone." His tone carried the weight of a possibility neither of them wanted to confront. If there was someone else involved, it meant every move they'd made so far had been watched and possibly anticipated. Rebecca leaned back, exhaling. "This changes everything. We've been so focused on Jeremy's past, on his patterns, that we didn't consider he might be part of something bigger." She glanced toward the curtain window. Something organized. The word hung in the air like smoke. Organized meant resources. It meant more hands in the shadows, more eyes watching. And if that was the case, their every step had been under scrutiny. Just then, Navarro's phone buzzed. He checked the message, and his eyes hardened. "One of our contacts just saw the car from the photo, parked near the abandoned textile factory on the east side." Rebecca's stomach tightened. That factory had been shut down for years.
It was the perfect place to disappear, at least for a while. "If we go now, we might catch whoever's behind this," she said, standing and grabbing her coat. But as they stepped outside into the biting wind, something gnawed at the back of Rebecca's mind. The factory wasn't just any random location. Years ago, before it closed, it had been the site of a fire, one that was never officially explained. She remembered reading about it in the archives and how several employees had vanished in the chaos. They drove in silence, the city's lights thinning as they moved toward the outskirts. The road to the factory was cracked and uneven, lined with bare trees that swayed like dark sentinels. As they neared the building, the massive brick walls rose from the ground like a fortress. Most of the windows were broken, the jagged glass reflecting faint streetlight. Navarro killed the headlights before pulling over a block away. "We go in quiet," he said, his voice low. Rebecca nodded, feeling the cold bite at her fingers even through her gloves. They moved quickly, sticking to the shadows. The factory loomed above them, a relic of another era. As they slipped inside through a rusted side door, the smell of dust and oil hit them like a wave. Every footstep crunched on debris. Somewhere deep inside, a faint hum echoed, mechanical, steady, and out of place in a building that should have been silent. Rebecca raised a hand, signaling Navarro to stop. She tilted her head, trying to pinpoint the sound. It wasn't just a machine, it was electrical. Something was running in here. They followed the noise through a maze of corridors, the air growing colder with each step. When they turned the final corner, Rebecca froze. In the center of the room stood a massive wall of monitors, each showing a different live feed. Streets, buildings, even a view of her own apartment building. On one of the screens, she saw herself and Navarro approaching the factory just minutes ago. Someone had been watching them in real time. Navarro's jaw tightened as he scanned the room. "This isn't Jeremy," he said under his breath. "This is bigger." Before Rebecca could respond, the hum cut out. The monitors flickered, then went black one by one, leaving them in near darkness. A single voice echoed from somewhere above, calm and deliberate. "You've been asking the wrong questions." Rebecca's pulse thundered in her ears. The voice was unfamiliar, but the confidence in it sent chills down her spine. She turned toward the sound, but the shadows swallowed everything beyond a few feet. "Who are you?" she demanded. There was a pause, followed by a low chuckle. "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that you've already made your choice, even if you don't know it yet." Navarro took a step forward. "What choice?" The voice didn't answer directly. Instead, something metallic clattered to the ground in front of them, a small flash drive. The speaker continued, "You can walk away now and forget you ever saw this. Or you can open that file and see the truth. But if you do, there's no turning back." Then, without another word, the sound of footsteps retreated into the distance. Rebecca sprinted toward where the voice had been, but by the time she reached the staircase, it was empty. Whoever had been there knew the factory's layout well enough to vanish without a trace. Navarro picked up the flash drive, turning it over in his hand. "This feels like a trap," he said. Rebecca met his eyes. "It probably is, but we don't have a choice. If there's even a chance this explains what's going on, we need to see it." They left the factory with the drive secured, neither speaking until they were back in the car. The streets were quieter now, almost unnervingly so. As they drove toward their temporary base, Rebecca's thoughts kept circling back to the words the stranger had said. "You've already made your choice." When they finally plugged the drive into a secured laptop, the screen lit up with a single folder labeled 12. Rebecca clicked it open, and her breath caught in her throat. Inside were dozens of files, surveillance images, medical records, and a series of names. Some of the names she recognized. They weren't suspects. They were people who had vanished over the past decade, all linked to unsolved cases. And at the very bottom was one name she never expected to see, her own. Before she could react, a timer appeared on the screen, counting down from 60 seconds. The air outside was sharp and cold, but inside the small room, it felt heavy with the kind of tension that makes every breath sound too loud. Emily stood by the door, her back pressed to the wall, watching Daniel pace in the center.
He had been silent for nearly 2 minutes, his hands clenched at his sides, and she knew that meant something was turning over in his mind, something big. She had spent weeks chasing answers alongside him, thinking they were closing in on the truth, but now she realized the truth was sprinting toward them, and it wasn't slowing down. Daniel finally stopped pacing. "We've been looking at this wrong," he said, his voice low but urgent. "We thought we were tracking the person behind it all. But they're not just one person, it's a network. And they've been playing us since the start." Emily's heart dropped. She remembered every lead that seemed to vanish in a thin air, every tip that turned out to be a dead end. Suddenly it made sense, but in a way that made her stomach twist. "If that's true," she asked quietly, "then who's been feeding us information?" Daniel looked at her for a long moment, and when he answered, it was barely above a whisper. "Someone inside our own circle." The realization was a blow. Names and faces flashed in Emily's mind. People they trusted, people who risked themselves to help. She wanted to deny it, but deep down she had felt the same suspicion growing. Only she'd been too afraid to voice it. "Do you have proof?" she asked, her voice steady despite the rush of emotions. Daniel reached into his jacket and pulled out a folded sheet of paper. It was an encrypted report, one they had recovered 2 nights ago, but hadn't been able to decode until now. He spread out on the table between them. "It's all here," he said, pointing to a string of codes and signatures. Every false lead, every misdirection, it came from one person. "And look at this signature. It's not forged." Emily leaned in, and her breath caught when she saw the name. No, it can't be. The name belonged to someone who had been with them from the beginning, someone who had saved both their lives more than once. Before she could ask how or why, the sound of footsteps echoed in the hall. Heavy, deliberate. Daniel's eyes locked with hers, and without a word, they both knew whoever was coming wasn't here for a friendly conversation. The door creaked open, and there they were, standing in the doorway as if they had every right to be there, a calm but cold expression on their face. "You found it," the figure said evenly. "I was wondering how long it would take." Emily's pulse hammered in her ears. "Why?" she asked, her voice breaking slightly. "After everything we've been through, why betray us?" The figure stepped inside, closing the door softly behind them. "Because this was never about you," they said. "It's about balance. And you were tipping the scales too far." Daniel took a step forward. "Balance? People are getting hurt. Families are being destroyed. And you call that balance?" The figure didn't flinch. "Sometimes you have to sacrifice a few to protect the many. You wouldn't understand." Emily could feel the tension snapping tighter in the room, like a wire ready to break. She could see Daniel's fists tightening again, the old fight in him rising to the surface. Then, without warning, the figure reached into their coat. Daniel lunged forward, but instead of pulling a weapon, they tossed a small flash drive onto the table. "Everything you need is on there," they said. "Names, locations, the full network. But be careful. If you use it the wrong way, you'll destroy more lives than you save." Emily stared at the drive, unsure if it was a gift or a trap. Daniel didn't take his eyes off the figure. "What's the catch?" he asked. The figure smiled faintly. "The catch is, you won't know until it's too late." And with that, they turned and walked out, leaving the door slightly ajar. Emily reached for the flash drive, but Daniel's hand stopped her. "Not yet," he said. "We can't rush this." But even as he said it, she could see in his eyes that he was thinking the same thing she was. This was their one shot, and if they hesitated too long, it could all slip away. They left the building under the cover of night, moving quickly through side streets to avoid being followed. Every shadow felt heavier, every sound sharper. When they finally reached the safe house, Emily plugged the drive into a secure, offline system. The screen filled with files, names, coded transactions, photographs that linked people they had never suspected to the core of the conspiracy. Her hands trembled as she clicked through the folders. This changes everything," she whispered. But then she froze. One of the last files wasn't a document or an image. It was a video. She opened it, and the screen showed a dark room, a single chair, and a familiar voice speaking from off-camera. If you're watching this, it means I've been compromised, the voice said. Emily recognized it instantly. It was hers. She felt her throat tighten as the video continued. They'll tell you I've betrayed you. They'll show you proof. But the truth is, you won't be able to tell what's real anymore. And when that happens, you'll have to decide who to trust, me or the evidence in front of you. The video cut to black. Emily sat frozen, her mind spinning. She had no memory of recording that message. Daniel leaned over her shoulder, his jaw tight. That's impossible, he muttered. Unless he didn't finish the thought, but the look in his eyes told her he was thinking the same thing she was, that the network wasn't just manipulating information. They were rewriting it, planting false realities so convincing that even she couldn't tell what was true. For the first time, Emily felt the ground shift beneath her in a way that had nothing to do with danger and everything to do with doubt. She thought they had reached the end of the puzzle, but now it felt like they had just opened another, bigger one. And somewhere out there, someone was pulling the strings, someone who might have been watching them the entire time. The night outside was still, but Emily couldn't shake the feeling that the real storm was just beginning. The rain had eased into a gentle drizzle, leaving the streets slick and glistening under the pale glow of the street lamps. The tension that had been boiling beneath the surface now felt like it was teetering on the edge of collapse, as if the entire city was holding its breath. Inside the warehouse, the air was thick with the smell of damp concrete and the faint hum of old machinery, and every creak of the floorboards seemed magnified. Rebecca stood at the center, her chest rising and falling with quick, shallow breaths. Navarro was by her side, his gaze sweeping over every shadow, every movement in the dim corners. Across from them, the figure they had been chasing all this time was finally within reach, cornered but still calm, almost smug, as if he had anticipated this moment from the very start. "I told you it wasn't over," he said softly, his voice carrying just enough to echo faintly through the empty space. "You've been playing catch-up in a game you never understood." Rebecca clenched her jaw, the weight of months of pursuit pressing down on her shoulders. "We understand enough," she replied, her voice steady but edged with steel. "It ends tonight." But the man's smirk deepened. "Ends? Oh no, this is where it really begins." He reached into his coat slowly, not for a weapon, but for a small, battered notebook. He tossed it onto the ground, and as it landed, pages fluttered open to reveal photographs, names, dates, evidence so sprawling it was like staring at the blueprint of a far bigger operation than either of them had imagined. Navarro took a cautious step forward, scanning the images. "Rebecca, these aren't just people connected to the case. These are people still out there." The realization hit like a wave. Their investigation hadn't been about one man, it had been about dismantling a network. And this man, standing before them, wasn't just part of it. He was the thread holding it together. Before they could process further, a loud metallic clang echoed from somewhere behind them. Rebecca spun around, heart pounding, as a second figure emerged from the shadows, a face she recognized instantly. It was someone they had trusted, someone from inside their own circle. "You?" Navarro's voice was thick with disbelief. The newcomer didn't answer, only gave a slight, almost apologetic nod. "You've been looking in the wrong direction the whole time," they said, their voice calm, calculated. "While you chased him, the real plan was moving forward right under your noses." The air seemed to crackle with betrayal. Rebecca could feel the shift, how quickly the balance had tipped. She glanced at Navarro, a silent question passing between them. How deep did this go? The man they had cornered took advantage of the moment, inching toward the side door. Navarro caught the movement and stepped forward, but the newcomer blocked his path with a precision that suggested they'd been planning this moment for a long time. Rebecca's mind raced. She had been ready for a confrontation, but not for a betrayal from within. And now, with the notebook at her feet and two dangerous figures before her, she realized this was the fulcrum of the entire operation. Whatever decision she made next would determine whether they shut this down or became part of its cover-up. "Why?" she asked finally, her voice low but burning. The answer was chilling in its simplicity. Because chaos pays better than justice. It was then she understood. They weren't dealing with desperation or revenge. They were dealing with ambition, greed, and a plan designed to keep running long after anyone noticed it. In that split second, Navarro lunged, his movement a blur in the dim light. Rebecca followed, instincts taking over. The warehouse erupted into a flurry of motion. The scrape of boots, the thud of bodies hitting the floor, the sharp crack of something metallic hitting concrete. When the struggle ended, the man they had chased for so long was pinned to the ground, wrists bound. The betrayer had fled into the night, leaving the echo of their footsteps fading into the drizzle. Rebecca picked up the notebook, flipping through the pages again. Each photo, each scribbled note, each cryptic symbol seemed to scream that this wasn't over. The man on the floor laughed weakly, blood on his lip. "You caught me," he said, almost mockingly. "But you'll never catch all of us." Navarro met Rebecca's eyes, both of them knowing he might be right. But for tonight, at least, they had stopped one part of it. The bigger war was still out there, waiting in the shadows. And as they led him out into the damp, quiet night, Rebecca couldn't shake the feeling that somewhere, the betrayer was watching, already moving on to the next phase of a game they still didn't fully understand. The air felt heavier now, as if the walls themselves were holding their breath. Everyone stood frozen for a heartbeat, eyes darting between the people in the room and the doorway where the sound had come from. Then, without warning, the door burst open. A figure stepped inside, someone they all thought was long gone. It wasn't an enemy, but it wasn't quite a friend either. Their sudden arrival cracked open a truth that no one was prepared to face. Rebecca was the first to find her voice. Her tone was sharp, but laced with disbelief. "You're supposed to be dead." The newcomer didn't flinch. Instead, they stepped closer, a folded document in their hand. "If I was dead," they said calmly, "you'd never learn the truth about what's been happening here." The words sliced through the tension, and for a moment, it felt like the room had shrunk to just them and the paper. Navarro's instincts told him this was trouble wrapped in opportunity. He edged forward, his eyes fixed on a file. "What's in there?" he asked, his voice low but pressing. The newcomer didn't answer right away. Instead, they looked at each face in the room, as though deciding who deserved to hear it. Finally, they placed the file on the table. "Evidence," they said simply, "enough to bring this entire operation to its knees." Rebecca opened the file, and her stomach sank. It was worse than they had imagined. Names, dates, transactions, all leading back to people they thought were allies. The web was deeper, and the strings were being pulled by someone much closer than they realized. Navarro's jaw tightened. "This changes everything," he muttered. But before they could process it, the newcomer added one more sentence, one that froze Rebecca in place. "There's a mole in your team." The words hit like a silent explosion. Every person in the room subtly shifted, eyes narrowing at one another. Trust, already fragile, cracked even further. Navarro scanned the faces, weighing possibilities, but Rebecca's mind was already racing through recent events, strange delays, missing files, conversations that ended too abruptly when she walked in. Someone had been feeding information to the enemy all along. The newcomer leaned back, watching the ripple of suspicion spread. "I can tell you who it is," they said, "but you have to promise me something first." It wasn't a request. It was a deal, and one they couldn't refuse if they wanted to end this nightmare. Rebecca's hands clenched at her sides. "What do you want?" she asked. The answer came without hesitation. "Protection. When this is over, I disappear, and you don't come looking for me." It was a bitter pill, but Navarro nodded. "You'll have it." The name came next, and when it did, Rebecca felt her chest tighten. She had trained with them, trusted them, defended them more times than she could count. The betrayal cut deep, but there was no time to dwell on it. If they moved fast, they could still catch them before they vanished with everything. The hunt that followed was relentless. Every lead was chased down, every camera feed checked, every exit covered. The mole was clever, but desperation made them sloppy. In the end, it was a single overlooked detail, a forgotten access log, that led Rebecca straight to them. The confrontation was messy, full of shouted accusations and bitter truths spilling into the open. The mole didn't deny it. They only justified it,
claiming they had been forced, that it was the only way to survive. Rebecca wanted to believe there was another way, that no one had to make that choice. But the damage was done. The files were recovered, the chain of corruption exposed, and the people pulling the strings finally had nowhere left to hide. It should have felt like victory, but as Rebecca stood there, watching the mole being taken away, she knew something still didn't sit right. Navarro must have sensed it too. He stepped closer, lowering his voice so only she could hear. "What's wrong?" She glanced at him, her expression tight. If they were the mole, then who told them where we'd be tonight? The realization landed between them like a final, unwelcome twist. The real mastermind, the one playing both sides, was still out there. And now, they knew Rebecca was coming. The night felt heavier than ever, the air thick with tension that clung to every breath. Inside the small cabin, everyone sat in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. The storm outside rattled the windows, but it was nothing compared to the storm inside their minds. The truth was out now, at least most of it, but that didn't mean the danger had passed. If anything, it had only shifted. Reed leaned forward, elbows on his knees, eyes scanning the room. "We've got one shot to end this. If we wait, they'll disappear for good. We can't let that happen." His voice was calm, but the underlying urgency made everyone listen. Across from him, Sarah clutched her hands together, a faint tremor running through her fingers. She wasn't just worried about the mission. She was worried about what would happen to them afterward. Navarro stood near the door, his gaze fixed on the shadows outside. He had barely said a word since the revelations, but now he spoke with quiet certainty. "We end it tonight. No more running. No more hiding." He turned to Rebecca, who was seated in the corner, her eyes red from holding back tears. "You know what this means." Rebecca nodded slowly. "I know, but once we do this, there's no undoing it. No going back to normal." Her words hung in the air, heavy and final. No one argued. They all knew she was right. Still, the decision had already been made. The group moved quickly, gathering their things, checking their weapons, reviewing the plan one last time. Every detail had to be perfect. One mistake could cost them everything. Outside, the wind roared like it wanted to warn them, but they pressed on. They drove in silence, headlights slicing through the rain as they approached the old warehouse by the docks. This was where it would end, the place where the people who had haunted them for months would finally be cornered. Inside the warehouse, dim lights flickered, casting long shadows across the floor. They moved in carefully, every step measured, every sound magnified. The air smelled of rust, oil, and something else, something faintly metallic that made the hair on the back of Rebecca's neck stand up. Then they saw them. A group of figures stood in the center, waiting. The leader, a tall man with cold eyes, stepped forward. "I see you finally made it," he said, his voice low and almost amused. "I was wondering how long it would take before you stopped hiding." Reed didn't waste time on words. "It's over. Whatever you've been planning ends tonight." The man's smile was slow and dangerous. "Ends? No. Tonight, something begins." Before anyone could react, the lights went out. Total darkness swallowed them. The sound of footsteps and movement echoed through the space, followed by the sharp crack of gunfire. Chaos erupted. Rebecca dove behind a stack of crates, heart pounding as bullets tore through the wood. She could hear Reed shouting orders, Navarro firing back, Sarah's voice somewhere in the dark. The fight was fast, brutal, and close. They weren't just battling their enemies. They were fighting for their own survival. When the lights finally flickered back on, several of the figures were on the ground, unmoving. The leader stood alone, breathing heavily, his weapon still raised. Navarro advanced, his gun trained steadily. "You're done," Navarro said firmly. But the man only laughed. "You think you've won? You just walked into the next phase. We're everywhere." Rebecca stepped forward, her eyes narrowing. "Not anymore." With one precise shot, she ended it. The sound echoed through the warehouse, and then there was silence, broken only by the rain hitting the roof. They stood there for a moment, catching their breath, trying to process that it was finally over. Or so they thought. As they walked out into the storm, Rebecca's phone buzzed in her pocket. She glanced at the screen and froze.
The message was short, only 4 words. You got the wrong one. Her stomach dropped. The others noticed her expression instantly. What is it? Reed asked. Rebecca looked up, rain running down her face. It's not over, she whispered. Not even close. And somewhere in the distance, unseen in the shadows, another figure watched them leave, smiling. The air felt lighter after everything that had happened. But it wasn't the kind of lightness that came from joy. It was the heavy relief of knowing the worst had passed. People moved slower now, speaking in softer tones, almost as if they were afraid that raising their voices would somehow stir the chaos again. It was in those quiet moments that the reality of what had just happened began to sink in. Every decision, every risk, and every sacrifice had led to this point. And for the first time in what felt like forever, there was no more running, no more guessing what would happen next. Those who had been directly in the storm's path started piecing their lives back together, each in their own way. Some just needed time, others needed answers. The questions that had haunted them for so long finally had some clarity. Lies had been exposed, truths laid bare, and in that there was a strange kind of peace. It wasn't perfect, it wasn't pretty, but it was real. People could work with real. As for the ones who had carried the heaviest weight, they didn't celebrate with loud cheers or big speeches. Their satisfaction came from knowing they had done what was right, even when it was the hardest choice. They had faced pressure, fear, and the temptation to walk away. But staying in the fight had made all the difference. Looking around now, they could see the impact, small signs of hope scattered like pieces of a puzzle finally falling into place. There were quiet reunions happening in the corners, people finding each other after days or even years apart. Hugs lasted longer, hands gripped tighter. Some offered apologies, others shared words of gratitude. It wasn't about erasing the past. It was about finding a way to move forward despite it. You could feel the mix of emotions, relief, exhaustion, and a strange anticipation for what came next. One of the biggest surprises was how quickly life tried to reclaim normalcy. Streets were being cleaned, broken glass swept away, and the faint sound of laughter began to slip back into the air. It was fragile, but it was a start. And maybe that's what survival really was, not the absence of pain, but the decision to keep living through it. Even so, the final twist was still waiting. Just when it seemed everything had been settled, a quiet detail emerged. Something small, almost easy to miss. It came in the form of a single conversation, overheard by someone who wasn't supposed to hear it. Words that hinted at a connection no one had seen before, a thread tying a trusted figure to the very heart of the trouble they thought they'd dismantled. It didn't undo the victory, but it added a shadow to it, a reminder that stories like this rarely end as neatly as people hope. Those who caught wind of it didn't spread it like wildfire. They kept it close, unsure if it was worth reopening wounds. But deep down, they knew this wasn't the end of the road. There were still layers to peel back, still truths hidden under the surface. The difference now was that they weren't afraid to face it. They had already survived the worst and learned they could stand their ground. In the days that followed, people found themselves reflecting on what they had been through. Some moments were still too raw to think about, but others shone brighter now that the danger was gone. They thought about the times they almost gave up, about the voices that encouraged them to keep going, about the strangers who had become allies. Those were the things that would stick with them far longer than the fear. There was a quiet understanding between them all now, an unspoken agreement that they wouldn't forget. Not just because remembering kept them safe, but because it reminded them of what they were capable of when it mattered most. They had learned the hard way that truth has a way of surfacing, no matter how deeply someone tries to bury it. And that sometimes the smallest acts of courage are the ones that change everything. As time moved on, the faces of those involved began to fade from the public eye. New stories filled the headlines, and life, as it always does, shifted its focus. But for the people who had been in the middle of it, those days would never really leave them. They would carry the lessons forward about trust, resilience, and the quiet strength it takes to keep choosing what's right, even when no one's watching. Some found a new sense of purpose. They used their experience to help others, to stand up when they saw the first signs of history repeating itself. Others simply returned to their routines, cherishing the simple moments they once took for granted. And though the scar of what happened remained, it became a reminder, not of weakness, but of survival. In the end, no one could deny that they had been changed. They had seen what fear could do to people, but they had also seen the power of hope, of unity, of refusing to be silent. And while they knew another storm might come someday, they also knew they wouldn't face it alone. The twist that had surfaced would linger in the background, a faint shadow at the edge of their victory. But instead of letting it undo everything, they accepted it as part of the truth. Not every story ends with every question answered. Sometimes the unanswered ones are what keep people vigilant, reminding them that the fight for what's right is never truly over. And so, they walked forward, scarred but unbroken, quieter but stronger. The world around them might forget, but they never would. Because in the end, it wasn't about how the story started, or even how it ended. It was about the choices made in the middle when everything was on the line, and the kind of people they proved themselves to be. The chapter had closed, but the book was still open. And somewhere in the space between what had happened and what was still to come, they found a strange kind of peace, knowing they were ready for whatever came next.